Chapter 27. Chiyu, that's more like it. However, does Qingbei University really have a powerful aura? Could it be a beast? But why didn't Mingming tell me about it? Su Dong said indifferently, "Don't forget, I'm the king of beasts." His impatience towards the beasts was much stronger than what Mingming felt. Furthermore, my cultivation is higher than Mingming's by a bit. However, I can only capture the true existence of this aura. However, you don't need to worry. Although this aura is powerful, it's very peaceful. It shouldn't have any malicious intent. Furthermore, it has already existed in Qingbei University for quite some time. I heard Ryue say that the location of Qingbei University itself is a dragon's lair. Perhaps there's a hidden guardian guarding the dragon's lair. Glancing at the two girls waiting for Chiyu, he said with a low laugh, "All right, I won't hold you up any longer. When a flower blooms, it needs to be plucked. Don't wait for the flower to fall and break the branch. I can see that those two girls are still virgins. It's hard for you to hold back. Goodbye." Finished speaking, he left Chiyu behind and called out to his pair of beautiful twins. Virgins? Are there still virgins in universities in this era? Chiyu looked at Shenyun and Jingqing with a strange gaze. "You know that teacher Su? It seems like you're very familiar with him." When Chiyu walked to the side of the two girls, Su Qing couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Chiyu said in a low voice, "You guys have to be careful of this guy. He's synonymous with lasciviousness. He's a famous erotic sissy." Shen Yun giggled and said, "But why do I feel that Teacher Su is much more serious than you?" Chiyu snorted in disdain and said, "He's serious? Would a serious person bring two beauties to stroll around? It's just that he's good at hiding it." Su Qing stuck out her tongue at Chiyu and said, "Come on. Aren't you still together with two beauties? We have nothing to do with you. Don't look at others with your erotic eyes." Chiyu said, "Chinger, are you kidding me? It seems like I'm your roommate, and you're just meeting Su Dong for the first time. Don't tell me you've really fallen for him?" Su Qing giggled and said, "All right, don't talk nonsense. Let's go back. Didn't you ask me to swim with you tonight? I have to prepare myself. I don't even have a swimsuit." As soon as he heard Chinger mention the night swim, Chiyu's lust was immediately ignited, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, indeed, we should prepare." Shin Yun looked at Chiyu. "Can I go with you guys tonight? Now that I think about it, swimming at night seems quite interesting." Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Then a strange feeling rose in his heart. Shin Yun was obviously afraid that Su Qing would be at a disadvantage if she went swimming with him. The two of them were. However, the two beauties were swimming with him at night. It seemed to be a good idea. Of course. Having two beauties swimming with me is definitely a wonderful feeling. The first time he saw them, Chiyu had clearly seen their alluring figures. If they were to put on swimsuits and play with him in the water, it would definitely be very wonderful. The three of them returned to the hotel and separated. Chiyu originally planned to cultivate for a while, but he kept fantasizing about the two beauties in swimsuits in his heart. He couldn't calm down no matter what, so he could only smoke and watch TV in the room to pass the time. The waiting time was always so long. Chiyu looked left and right, and finally it was time for dinner. Dinner was arranged by Qingbei University. Although the food wasn't anything good, and there wasn't any good seafood, most of the students would usually eat in the school cafeteria. This meal was also very enjoyable. There were often a lot of couples in the university. According to Chiyu's knowledge, no matter which university, when the students just entered the first year, they were relatively pure. At most, they would talk about some topics related to the opposite sex. But when it came to the second year, as long as they had some ability, they would be able to find a partner of the opposite sex. And when it came to the third year, there were very few people living in the dormitory. Cohabitation seemed to have become a new trend among university students. And when it came to the fourth year, there weren't many couples who could really maintain their relationship. Once they graduated, most of them who came from all over the country would choose to break up. Qingbei University was worthy of being one of the best universities in Yanhuang Republic. The situation of this kind of student couples was relatively rare, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Just after dinner, one could already see pairs of couples very tacitly leaving the hotel, not knowing where to go. Qiyu returned to his room and couldn't wait to call Su Qing. "How is it beautiful? Are you ready?" Su Qing impatiently said, "What are you rushing for? Isn't the sky just dark?" "All right, wait for us at the entrance of the hotel." Qiyu was overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly changed into the swimming trunks that he had specially brought. He put on a pair of casual trousers, draped a coat over his upper body, and left the room. After waiting at the entrance of the hotel for a full 20 minutes, when Chiyu's patience was about to run out, he saw two beauties coming. They both had their long hair combed into a ponytail. The different hair colors set off their white and delicate skin and exquisite figure, looking full of temptation. Seeing their appearance, Chiyu's impatience from waiting suddenly disappeared, and he hurriedly went to greet them. Xinyan's face blushed as she whispered, "Let's go." The three of them went out of the hotel. Just when Qiyu wanted to take them to the beach, he was stopped by Su Qing. "Fool! Today's weather is so stuffy. I don't know how many couples are going to night swim. We don't want to be seen by others." Qiyu was stunned for a moment as he said, "Then what should we do? Are we going to wait for them to finish swimming before we go?" Su Qing said, "There's no need for that. We'll just go further away. The sea around the hotel is fenced for tourists to swim. Why do we have to be here?" Qiyu frowned and said, "But only this kind of beach is the safest. That's why we have the protection of shark nets." Su Qing laughed and said, "You're from Mars, right? There are sharks in Beide too. I don't know how many times I've been here. I've never heard of it. Moreover, sharks don't move in shallow water. Coward, don't tell me you don't dare to go." "I don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid that you two beauties are too attractive and attract the sharks. If something happens, I won't be able to explain myself." Su Qing said, "All right then, our bet is void. Sister Yin, let's go back." Saying that, she pulled Xinyan's hand and was about to go back. Don't. It's fine if we go further. In any case, I'll protect you." Qiyu hurriedly stopped the two girls. What a joke! Such a good opportunity was hard to come by. Although Qiyu didn't really want anything to happen with the two girls, to be able to swim with them at night and see their beautiful figures up close, how could he let go of this opportunity? It was already autumn, and although the past 2 days had been particularly hot, the sky still darkened very early. The three of them wore the slippers provided by the hotel and walked along the beach towards the beach further away. A cool breeze blew past, taking away a few dark clouds above their heads, and the round moon revealed its shy face, immediately bringing a bit of brilliance to the dark land. It was like a jade plate hanging in the sky. Specks of starlight were like the pearls that set off the jade plate, flickering with a faint light. The seawater made a splashing sound, reflecting the bright moon and starlight, and the hazy beauty was enough to intoxicate people. So beautiful, we actually managed to catch the bright moon rising from the sea. How lucky! This was the first time Xin Yin showed her girly side in front of Qiyu. She excitedly ran to the beach, allowing the tide to wash her pair of pure white feet. "It's indeed very beautiful. But what kind of luck is this?" Qiyu asked as he looked at the magnificent sea. Su Qing giggled. "Fool, the sea is made of water. The fog on the sea has always been thick, and it's easier for clouds to form above. It's common for clouds to block the moon, so of course it's lucky to see the moon at night. It's like watching the sun rise from the top of a mountain. Without luck, you won't be able to see anything." Qiyu finally understood. He threw off his slippers and ran to Xinyan's side, smelling the smell of the sea. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a long whistle. The sound waves rolled up, attracting the attention of Xinyan and Su Qing. At that moment, The two girls suddenly discovered to their surprise that the whistle from Chi-Yu's mouth seemed to cover the roar of the sea, and the sound was long and profound. Even his pair of black eyes emitted an imposing aura that they had never seen before. At this moment, his body seemed especially tall. Unfortunately, they didn't notice that the dark sea in the distance seemed to respond to Chi-Yu's whistle. It slightly rolled, and a huge black tail stretched out from the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the sea. "Hey, stop howling like a wolf." Su Qing patted Chi-Yu's shoulder, and only then did his emotional whistle stop. Chi-Yu looked at Su Qing with dissatisfaction and said, "Don't you think my whistle is very pleasant to listen to?" Su Qing giggled and said, "Of course it's pleasant to listen to, and it's also very tempting." Chi-Yu's eyes lit up. "You think so too?" Su Qing jokingly said, "Yes. However, you have to be careful. On this night of the full moon, if a group of female wolves came to take a taxi to catch you, we won't be responsible." "Day. All right, stop fooling around. Let's hurry up. I already can't wait to jump into the embrace of the sea." Xinyun looked very excited. The three of them quickened their pace along the beach. There were no street lights on the beach, and after walking for about half an hour, they could no longer see anyone. It was not the peak season for tourism, and there were very few people on the beach in the dark of the night. "All right, let's do it here." The three of them walked to the beach behind a reef. Looking at the clear water in front of them, Xinyun decided on a place to swim at night. Chi-Yu swallowed his saliva and quickly took off his shirt and trousers, revealing the boxer shorts inside. Xinyun shyly turned his head away, and Su Qing disdainfully looked up and down at Chi-Yu and snorted. Chi-Yu struck a pose and said, "What are you snorting about? My figure is not bad, right?" Su Qing stuck out her tongue and said, "You have two muscles, but your character is too bad." Although she really wanted to mock Chi-Yu, she had to admit that Chi-Yu's figure was much better than the average person's. He was close to 185 meters tall, with broad shoulders, bronze skin, and although his muscles were not exaggerated, they were very well proportioned. He had a standard inverted triangle figure. Although his appearance was not outstanding, that naughty smile of his had a bit of a strange attraction. However, what attracted Su Qing more was the necklace on Chi-Yu's neck and the bracelet and relic beads on his left hand. The qilin bead hung from Chi-Yu's neck. Regardless of whether it was the qilin beads, four-colored necklace, or the qilin bead itself, the hazy luster of the qilin bead was exceptionally obvious in the night. The purple, blue, red, and green lights slowly changed and contrasted with Chi-Yu's body, making him look especially spirited. And the relic beads automatically emitted a layer of luster at night. Although the light was very weak, as long as one looked at that soft luster, it would make one's heart feel especially comfortable. And the bracelet with the relic beads looked the most exaggerated on the surface. Although the red gem on the bracelet was on the inside of the wrist because it was night under the luster of the relic beads, it still emitted a bright light. "What is this? A glass ball? It can change color, and there's a light bulb inside, right?" The production is quite exquisite. Su Qing curiously touched the Kirin beads. Chi-Yu hurriedly took a step back, letting her touch empty air. "It's just an ordinary glass ball. Don't touch it. Aren't you going to change your clothes?" When Xinyun heard Su Qing's curious voice, he could not help but turn his head. Seeing the light emitted by the treasures on Chi-Yu's body, he could not help but let out a light sound of surprise. The way he looked at Chi-Yu suddenly changed. "Stingy, drink cold water. What's there to touch?" Su Qing unhappily chased after him, reaching out to grab the Kirin beads. Chi-Yu laughed and said, "Come on, I'll let you touch as much as you want in the sea." As he said that, he turned and ran towards the sea. Su Qing angrily stamped her feet, quickly took off her clothes, and chased after Chi-Yu. At this time, Chi-Yu had already run to the beach. Although the autumn sea was a little cold, it was especially comfortable to soak in. When he turned back to look at the shore, he just happened to see Su Qing rushing in his direction. Suddenly, Chiyu felt his nose heat up, and his eyes were completely fixed on Su Qing. Su Qing's swimsuit was indeed very exaggerated. It was a two-piece bikini swimsuit, and the blue swimsuit had very little fabric. Although Chiyu had seen her body once, the temptation of wearing a swimsuit was even stronger. Her plump and fair chest outlined a perfect curve, and the seemingly seductive cleavage was abnormally deep. As she ran, her bouncy chest constantly trembled. The lethality of her breasts was obviously much fiercer than the waves of the sea. Seeing this scene, Chiyu could not help but think of the 5 waves mantra passed down by a hooligan senior. Among them, the second wave was the wave. It seemed that in the waves of the sea, his luck with women was really going to come. Just as Chiyu was completely fascinated by Su Qing's graceful and delicate body, Su Qing had also rushed to the beach, and for the 3rd time, she reached out to grab the Kirin bead on his neck. Chiyu forgot that he was already in the sea, and subconsciously stepped back. Su Qing obviously also forgot about this. Her upper body stretched out, but her lower body was blocked by the sea, and her body suddenly fell forward. Meanwhile, Chiyu's upper body leaned back, but his lower body was blocked by the sea, and he suddenly fell back. Su Qing's hand still did not grab the Kirin bead on Chiyu's neck, but she grabbed his shoulder. As the two of them fell forward and backward, their bodies suddenly fell uncontrollably into the sea. When a person lost control of their body, it was inevitable that they would subconsciously grab something to control their body. What Su Qing grabbed was Chiyu's shoulder, and because Chiyu's attention was always on Su Qing, this grab of his, he actually instantly understood the meaning of grabbing a breast dragon's hand. In Su Qing's surprised cry, a ball full of elasticity was already in his hand. The size was just right, and it was just enough to be grasped in one hand. Everything happened in an instant. Before the two of them could wake up from the surprise, their bodies had already fallen into the sea. Su Qing's swimming ability was not very good. Suddenly, her whole body was in the water, and she could no longer care about the devil's claw on her chest. She tightly grabbed Chiyu's shoulder. Her other hand was wrapped around his neck. Perhaps because of the instant understanding, Chiyu's movements became extremely professional at this moment. He grabbed the plump hand without moving, and the other hand tightly hugged the delicate body that was sticking to him. What was the feeling of sitting on a rocket? Chiyu finally experienced it. When both of their bodies entered the sea, the restless little brother of his lower body instantly rose up like a rocket filled with fuel and tightly stuck to Su Qing's lower abdomen. Even the ice-cold seawater could not stop Chiyu's incomparably rising desire. For a moment his mind became blank. After all, he was still a virgin. Su Qing liked women. This was the first time in her life that a man touched the sensitive part of her body. When she popped her head out of the seawater in Chiyu's embrace and was able to breathe again, complicated feelings suddenly filled her chest. There was anger, there was shyness, and there were also a few strange feelings. Pervert, let go of me. Su Qing struggled fiercely and broke free from Chiyu's embrace. The plump in his hand turned into the ice-cold seawater, which made Chiyu's heart feel a lot empty. He said awkwardly, I didn't do it on purpose. Su Qing roared like a machine gun. You didn't do it on purpose? Then you did it on purpose, planned it, premeditated. What about you? You pervert. I'm going to kill you. While saying that, Su Qing fiercely pounced on Chiyu. Chiyu laughed. His body turned backward, and like a fish he drilled into the water. With a dolphin splash, he had already jumped 3 to 4 meters away. In terms of swimming, he was not bragging. He really had a very high level. Su Qing unwillingly chased after Chiyu. Chiyu was also happy to let her chase, although he tried his best to control the desire in his heart. But looking at Su Qing, who was like a beautiful rose out of the water in the sea, his little brother refused to listen no matter what he said. Like an iron rod, It rippled with his body in the water. Ah, it's so deep here. Su Qing's swimming level was really average. When Chiyu ran to a deeper place, she finally did not dare to chase anymore. Although her temper had always been very straightforward, she was still a naturally timid girl after all. Chiyu wanted to use the geographical advantage of Su Qing not being able to chase to laugh at her a few words. But when his gaze swept past Su Qing's side, his gaze immediately froze, because he just happened to see another mermaid gradually walking into the sea. Shenyan was currently testing the water temperature as she walked towards the vast and boundless ocean. She was clearly more conservative than Su Jing. A light yellow swimsuit that covered her entire body made her originally extremely white skin appear even more tender. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head. Although she looked much gentler than Su Qing, her figure was even more fiery than Su Qing. Her chest rose and fell, and her slender, beautiful legs were extremely perfect. The sea water hit her calves. Seeing this, Chiyu's eyes shone with a wolf light. He wanted to pounce on her and eat her up. "Pervert, what are you looking at?" "Ah!" Su Qing suddenly screamed, immediately attracting the attention of Chiyu and Shenyan. Although she was still floating on the water, her face was in pain. Chiyu woke up from his daze and hurriedly swam in Su Qing's direction. "What's wrong, Qing-er?" In a hurry, his words could not help but be a lot more intimate. "Quickly come and save me, I have a cramp." Su Qing cried out sorrowfully while slapping the water. At this critical moment, Chiyu's brain suddenly calmed down, and he suddenly plunged into the water. In the sea, diving was undoubtedly the fastest way to move forward. His hands and feet coordinated, and he swam towards Su Qing as fast as he could. In terms of saving people in the water, Chiyu was still very experienced. In the past, he and a group of hooligans would soak in the swimming pool every day and look at beautiful women. They would specifically wait for a girl to have a cramp to save her. Of course, it was not completely out of kindness. More importantly, they could take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her. Therefore, he did not swim in front of Su Qing. When a person was drowning, they would often be very panicked. If he swam in front of her, not only would he not be able to save her, he might even be dragged down. Therefore, Chiyu very nimbly swam directly behind Su Qing, grabbed her waist with both hands, and pushed her upward by stepping on the water, causing Su Qing's chest to leave the water surface. Only by taking a steady breath of fresh air could a drowning person calm down more easily. Su Qing's struggle disappeared, and Chiyu also popped his head out of the water. He took a deep breath, and just as he opened his mouth to ask, "Qing-er, how are you?" before his voice died away, a slender little hand had already reached in front of his neck and grabbed the Kirin pearl. "Ah!" Su Qing exclaimed again. Ever since the Kirin pearl entered the water, it had always maintained its blue appearance. When she held the Qilin bead in her hand, the bead that was originally shining with a faint blue light suddenly turned purple. A numbing feeling made Su Qing instantly let go of her hand. Chiyu was stunned, and only then did he realize that he had been tricked. "You lied to me?" Su Qing was a little proud and said with some dissatisfaction, "So what if I lied to you?" "Humph, who told you to run so fast? Why does your pearl still have static electricity in the water?" Chiyu glanced at the Kirin pearl and said helplessly, "How would I know?" "Jing-er, you've become bad." Su Jing laughed. "Didn't I learn from you? Quickly let go of me." At this time, Chiyu was still holding her waist, keeping her body above the water surface. Because Chiyu was behind her, when Su Qing turned around to grab, her body trembled, and it was inevitable that her plump and perky buttocks rubbed against Chiyu a few times. And although her figure was a little shorter than Chiyu, because she was being held up, therefore the place where the friction happened to be was Chiyu's treasure that had not yet subsided. Feeling the warm and soft buttocks rubbing against him, Chiyu felt as if his body was about to explode, and the thundercloud force in his body was constantly surging, especially the water attribute, thundercloud force. In this sea, the fluctuations were extremely strong. Kirin was naturally dissolute, and Inkirin, as the king of Kirin, was even more outstanding. As Chi-Yu's strength continued to increase, his sexual desire also gradually increased. How could his body not have a violent reaction after receiving such a strong stimulation? Rationally, Chi-Yu knew that he should immediately let go of Su Jing in case he did something uncontrollable. But physically and emotionally, he was absolutely unwilling to give up the delicious taste in front of him. For a moment, he could not help but be stunned. At this time, a voice freed Chi-Yu. "Jing Er, are you okay?" It turned out that Shen Yun had swum to the two of them unknowingly. In terms of speed, her swimming skills were obviously much better than Su Jing's, and her voice that suddenly appeared was like ice water, temporarily calming the lust in Chi-Yu's heart. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly let go of the soft and slender waist in his hands. How could Su Jing not feel the hot giant stick when she touched it just now? But she had always been cheerful and generous, so she did not care about it. She only glared at Chi-Yu fiercely, then giggled at Shen Yun and said, "Sister Yun, I'm fine. I was just lying to him." Shen Yun frowned slightly and said, "Jing Er, don't make such a joke in the future. You scared me to death." "Chi-Yu, don't bully Jing Er. We are all adults, and you are a man after all. You don't wear much when swimming, so you have to stay away from Jing Er. Try not to have any physical contact." Su Jing stuck out her tongue at Chi-Yu proudly. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Yun, I'm innocent. It's always been her throwing herself at me." Chi-Yu had a good impression of Shen Yun. He felt that Shen Yun was really like his sister. Although they had not known each other for a long time, she had inadvertently given him care, making him feel at home. Now he was more and more fond of the life in the girls' dormitory. Shen Yun smiled slightly and said, "Okay, let's play here for a while. After all, there is no shark net here. It's safer to be closer to the sea. Jing Er, be careful, don't swim too far. Chi-Yu and I will protect you." The wind on the sea gradually became stronger, but the previously ice-cold seawater, after the appearance of the sea breeze, was like a greenhouse, protecting the bodies of the three people. The sea would never freeze. In this kind of weather, the temperature of the seawater would also be maintained at about 20 degrees Celsius. Chi-Yu came to swim with the two girls today. He did not plan to do anything. Being able to see two beautiful women in swimsuits at such a close distance was already a very high enjoyment. He did not swim much, but his gaze constantly changed between the two girls. Su Qing's swimming skills were very average. She could only barely keep floating on the water and move forward. But Shen Yun was different. Her swimming posture was very beautiful. That elegant temperament, that graceful and delicate body, set off her like a water fairy. It did not seem like she was swimming. It seemed like she was dancing in the water. But no matter how she swam, she was always by Su Qing's side to protect her. She was afraid that she would really have cramps or drown. Because of the wind, the waves gradually became bigger. Swimming in the sea felt different from swimming in any other place. Wave after wave hit the body, and Chi-Yu seemed to find the truth of heaven and earth. The thundercloud force in his body was still operating quickly. The water attribute, thundercloud force, because of the changes of the Kirin Pearl, was operating at more than 3 times the usual speed according to the cultivation route. Although his eyes were admiring the beautiful women, Chi-Yu did not stop thinking. He faintly understood that the different attributes of Kirin, when cultivated in the corresponding environment, would have the effect of twice the effort with half the result. And he himself was a quadruple attribute Kirin. In the sea, it was obviously more suitable to cultivate the water attribute ability. This was a good discovery. While thinking, Chi-Yu simply floated on the spot. He urged the thundercloud force in his body to cultivate while he continued to admire the two beautiful women's graceful swimming posture. Shin Yun swam for a while and turned back to look at Chiyu. She saw that he was floating there foolishly and did not swim over. Although his eyes were constantly flickering and often fell on her and Chinger's embarrassing body parts, at least he still listened to her and did not take advantage of her. Thinking of this, she could not help but have a good impression of Chiyu. She said loudly, "Chiyu, stay closer to us. We should go back after swimming for a while. The wind is strong. Autumn is still a little cold." Although Chiyu did not want to go back so soon, he still nodded. Just when he saw Shin Yun's concerned gaze and was about to swim over, Shin Yun's expression suddenly changed. The smile on her face disappeared in an instant, transforming into terror and shock. At the same time, a cold light blossomed in her beautiful eyes as she shouted in a loud voice, "Chiyu, be careful!" You also felt that something was wrong. At the same time Shin Yun's expression changed, he first felt an aura. An incomparably powerful aura quickly spread from behind him. That aura seemed to cover the sky and the sun. He could not even tell where it was coming from. Immediately after, the waves of the sea suddenly became stronger. In almost an instant, the sea rose by 10 meters and quickly rose with Chi Yu's body. Shen Yun and Su Qing, who were below, appeared to be a little smaller because of the height. Shen Yun was much stronger than Chi Yu had imagined. She did not hesitate and pounced towards Su Qing, who was not far away, and grabbed Su Qing's small hand. When Chi Yu was completely swallowed by the waves, he clearly saw that Shen Yun had actually hugged Su Qing's body tightly and kissed her cherry lips that were slightly opened because of shock. It can't be they were actually being intimate at this time. Chapter 28. His body shot out of the water like a cannonball. The first thing Chi Yu did was look at Su Qing and Shin Yun's whereabouts. Fortunately, although it was dark, as the inheritor of Kirin's bloodline, Chi Yu's eyesight was still very amazing. With a glance, he saw Shin Yun struggling to swim towards the shore in the big waves with Su Qing. Because of the impact of the huge wave, they were already very close to the shore. At this moment, he suddenly understood the intention of Shin Yun kissing Su Qing. It was a method of exchanging breaths. It could allow the two of them to maintain oxygen for a short period of time and not suffocate in the sea. At this moment, Chi Yu could no longer think about why Shin Yun would be so calm, because that powerful aura had already swept over from behind him. Without turning back, Chi Yu's eyes shone brightly. In order to save his life, he no longer cared about showing his strength in front of outsiders. Confrontation. With an angry roar, the thundercloud force surged out from within his body. Chi Yu spread his arms to the sides of his body. At the same time, he flipped his palms backwards. In an instant, he used two types of thundercloud force at the same time. The blue was water. Because he was in the sea, the water attribute, thundercloud force, had been greatly condensed. Although it did not really affect the improvement of Chi Yu's strength, it at least allowed him to temporarily mobilize the water attribute, thundercloud force, that was much stronger than usual. The seawater below was immediately pulled by the blue light emitted by Chi Yu's palms. It turned into a small wave that swept behind him. At the same time, Chi Yu's arms had already turned blue. In the whistling sea wind, he was like a big bird, gliding towards the shore at the fastest speed he could reach. In times of crisis, people would often be able to display far more strength than usual. At this moment, Chi Yu's control of the wind attribute, thundercloud force, was extremely exquisite. Not only did he fully display the power of his own thundercloud force, but he also took advantage of the turbulence of the sea wind. Although his body was erratic, the speed at which he flew towards the shore had greatly increased. Shen Yun and Su Qing finally swam to the shore. It was obvious that the torrent was headed for Chi Yu. When Chi Yu used his Kirin ability, it didn't wrap around their bodies. The two girls had already reached the waist-high water and were about to turn around to look. Once they saw it, they could no longer move their gazes away. Chiyu, who was in the sky, was as dazzling as a star. The dazzling light didn't come from the Kirin thundercloud force, but from his body. It had a black body, silver fur, and a black and silver horn. All of them exuded the aura of powerhouses. The ink Kirin pattern was so beautiful. The proud ink Kirin raised his head proudly in front of Chiyu's chest. Using the thundercloud force would naturally trigger the Kirin pattern on his body. During the day, Chiyu had used the wind attribute thundercloud force once, but at that time it wasn't obvious because he was wearing clothes. Moreover, he didn't use the thundercloud force at that time, so he didn't trigger too much of the Kirin's aura. But now it was different. In order to protect his life, Chiyu used almost all of his strength, and the Kirin pattern on his body became particularly clear. What was even more strange was that not only did the Kirin pattern appear on his body, but at the same time a faint brilliance appeared around his body. The black brilliance couldn't be seen in the dark, but the silver brilliance was extremely obvious. It was clearly an ink Kirin that was galloping. The huge pattern was illusory, but it protected Chiyu in it. Under the impact of the powerful aura in front and behind him, Chiyu's body was protected by the Kirin illusion, which allowed him to reach the shore at the fastest speed. It wasn't that Chiyu didn't want to look back, but he didn't dare to look back. Although he had already raised his flying speed to the limit, he could still clearly feel that the powerful aura was getting closer and closer to him. Sister Yun, Qing, run. You didn't forget to shout crazily in the air. Shen Yan's eyes flickered with a dazzling brilliance. He looked at Chiyu in the air, but he didn't retreat at all. Su Qing's eyes began to shine. A girl was a girl after all. At this time, she actually said something that almost made Xinyan, who was beside her, fall into the water. Too handsome. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. It's actually a luminous tattoo, and it's a silver invisible tattoo. Chiyu naturally couldn't hear Su Qing's voice. He only wanted to quickly escape from his opponent's attack, and at the same time, he wanted to know what had suddenly attacked him. Judging from the powerful aura, it was definitely not a human, nor could it be any technological facility. That kind of terrifying power, even when he faced Xiaji, he didn't feel it. Chiyu naturally couldn't be compared to the first time he saw Xiaji, but the guy behind him, just the aura alone was enough to fill his heart with fear. That huge and powerful aura was definitely something he couldn't defend against. Gliding was not flying, it was gradually descending. Under the situation where Chiyu was operating thundercloud force at full strength, the ground was already in front of him. Shen Yun and Su Qing had already run to the shore. Before he could even heave a sigh of relief, a huge suction force suddenly came from behind him. Before he could react, his body had already been thrown into the air. His body continued to rise and spin in the air. But at this time, Chiyu's heart was very clear. He knew that he must have encountered a fierce beast, and an incomparably powerful fierce beast. Against this fierce beast, he didn't even have the slightest possibility of resisting. Because his body was spinning, Chiyu's eyes were fixed on the surface of the sea. At the same time, he quickly pressed the red gem on his bracelet. When Chiyu pressed the red gem, he suddenly discovered an abnormal phenomenon. The originally warm and lustrous relic bead actually became abnormally hot at this moment. But his wrist couldn't feel this heat. He could only feel it when he touched it with his hand. Layers of faint green light emitted from the relic bead, forming a layer of faint green light that enveloped his body. After the faint gray gas in the air encountered the green light, it melted away like ice and snow. It was protecting him at this moment. You couldn't help but be grateful to Master Zagru. If it wasn't for the protection of the relic bead, with his little understanding of fierce beasts and no combat experience in this area, he was afraid that he would have died long ago. Since that gray fog was emitted by the owner of the terrifying and powerful aura, it was not simple. He was right. When his body rose to the highest point, he was already hundreds of meters away from the sea. At this moment, his body was no longer spinning. It was also at this moment that he saw the existence that was attacking him below. Seeing it, Chiyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The cold feeling flowed from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, and the light in his eyes became filled with despair. What did Chiyu see? He saw a snake. Chiyu himself wasn't afraid of snakes. With his background, no one had ever controlled him since he was young. In the past, catching some non-venomous cauliflower snakes to make his own snake soup had always been his favorite. However, the snake in front of him was not a cauliflower snake. There were water snakes in the sea, and it was very difficult for water snakes to survive in the sea. Therefore, almost all the snakes in the sea were poisonous and extremely poisonous. But the one in front of Chiyu was no longer as simple as a water snake. Even looking down from the sky, Chiyu could still clearly see the huge body of this giant snake. The giant snake's body was greenish-black, faintly emitting a faint green light, and it was faintly discernible in the sea. Its body was at least 100 meters long. The huge scales on its body shone with a sinister light. What made Chiyu despair was not its huge body, but its head. This giant snake was not like an ordinary snake. From the understanding of humans, because of genetic mutation, snakes may have two-headed snakes or even three-headed snakes. But what Chiyu saw was a body that was 100 meters long and more than 2 meters in diameter. Moreover, it had 9 big heads. The 9 heads of the giant snake were exactly the same, and they were all greenish-black, like its body. However, there was a green sarcoma on each head, which looked a bit more ferocious. 9 big heads. 18 huge, lantern-like eyes stared firmly at Chiyu in the air. There was no expression in its eyes, and it was completely cold. Snakes were originally cold-blooded animals. Chiyu recognized this snake. To be precise, he knew the species of this snake. This was a deep-sea nether snake. As he guessed, it was a vicious beast passed down from ancient times. Recently, other than cultivating, Chiyu would often consult the Siaji on a few questions. The Siaji had once carefully explained to him the characteristics of some ancient beasts as well as their strengths. The deep-sea nether serpent had been mentioned. The deep-sea nether snake was the strongest in the sea. It was also the ultimate existence of all the water attribute vicious beasts. As long as it was in the sea, even Kirin would not dare to provoke it easily. The deep-sea nether snake was also once one of the kings of the ancient vicious beast camp. In the beginning, when Kirin was at his peak, he once led the ancient divine beasts to encircle the ancient vicious beasts on a large scale. Although he could achieve good results, he could not hurt the vitality of the ancient vicious beasts every time. A large part of the reason was the existence of the deep-sea nether snake. Once the ancient vicious beasts could not fight against the ancient divine beasts, these guys would run into the sea. In the sea, there was no divine beast that could compete with the deep-sea nether snake. The deep-sea nether snake not only had extremely powerful strength, but it could also use the sea as its own weapon. Even if Kirin used Kirin's arm with all his strength, he would not be able to gain any advantage over it. Of course, there were two sides to everything. Although the deep-sea nether snake was powerful, it had a fatal shortcoming, and that was it could not leave the sea. Once it left the sea, no matter how many years the deep-sea nether snake had cultivated, its strength could only be retained by 1/10 or even less in the sea. Therefore, it could only be fierce in the sea and could not threaten the ancient divine beasts on land. Chiyu's mind quickly recalled the origin of the deep-sea nether snake. Of course, he would not think that he could escape the pursuit of the deep-sea nether snake on land. With the strength of the deep-sea nether snake, the so-called not being able to exert its strength on land meant that it was within a certain range of the sea. Judging from the 9-headed deep-sea nether snake in front of him, perhaps the land within 20 kilometers of the sea could become its attack range. Of course, the premise was that its own body did not leave the range of the sea. Chiyu heard from Hyriua that a few years ago, there was a violent tsunami on the coast of a few small groups in the east not far from the Yanhuang Republic, causing countless casualties. At that time, she had suspected that the deep-sea nether snake was causing trouble in the eastern sea region. That was why there was endless killing. Now it seemed that Hai Ruyue's guess was very likely. One must know that the strength of the deep-sea nether snake was divided by the number of snake heads. The newly born deep-sea nether snake only had one head. With continuous cultivation, it would only have a second head when it had cultivated for 2.5 years. After that, it would grow an extra head every 1,000 years. And with every additional head, the strength of the deep-sea nether snake would also be greatly enhanced. The deep-sea nether snake in front of him was obviously already 9,000 years old. It was developing in the direction of a 10,000-year beast. Once it reached the level of a 10,000-year beast, it would not be restricted by the sea and could move on land, becoming a truly tyrannical king of beasts. Of course, if the deep-sea nether snake came to land, it would lose the cover of the sea. If it encountered the Kirin clan's ultimate Kirin arm again, it would not be able to resist. After all, even if it had 10,000 years of cultivation, it was still far from being comparable to the energy of water molecules in the vast sea. Therefore, no matter how strong the deep-sea nether snake was, it could only be the strongest in the sea. After Chi Yu's body rose to the highest point, it had already begun to descend quickly. The deep-sea nether snake's 9 huge heads all opened the snake's mouth, and the cold eyes in its eyes carried a bit of awe-inspiring aura. Chi Yu was indeed lucky. With his own strength, he should have been directly swallowed by the deep-sea nether snake's aura. After all, compared to the deep-sea nether snake that had cultivated for 9,000 years, not to mention him, even if all the Zodiac guardian gods were gathered here, together with Xie that had cultivated for 3,000 years, it would still be impossible for them to be the opponent of this super giant snake. The reason why Chi Yu was able to temporarily preserve his life was indeed thanks to the Sarira bracelet and the Kirin bead that he was wearing. The Kirin bead had no offensive or defensive abilities. However, it possessed an extremely powerful Qilin aura. When the deep-sea nether serpent had tried to launch a sneak attack on Chi Yu, the Qilin bead's powerful aura had caused it to hold back for fear of injuring the Qilin bead. As a result, the amount of energy it used to probe was greatly reduced, and most of it was used to defend itself. The Sarira bracelet was made of the Buddha's treasure Sarira of more than 10 eminent monks. It contained a huge amount of Buddha's power, which was the nemesis of any evil aura. When the Buddha's power encountered the deep-sea nether snake's aura, it naturally emitted, which saved Chi Yu's life. Unfortunately, this was only temporary. When the difference in strength was too great, no matter what kind of magic weapon was used, it was impossible to turn defeat into victory. Even if Chi Yu and the Kirinate treasures were gathered, it was still impossible for them to be the opponent of the deep-sea nether snake. After all, his own ability was still too weak. However, would Chi Yu resign himself to death? The answer was, of course, no. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would still struggle a little, looking for a chance to survive in despair. Therefore, when Chi Yu's body fell, he had already begun to condense the remaining thundercloud force. The deep-sea nether snake was not idle either. The Sarira bracelet was a magic weapon that it was extremely afraid of. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura was emitted from the deep-sea nether snake's body. The seawater below gradually changed and became boiling. The seawater that should have been blue actually turned into a dark green, flashing a faint fluorescent light, as if it was boiling and constantly rising. Under the effect of the deep-sea nether snake's 9 giants, the sea surface gradually rose. Xin Yin had already pulled the sluggish Su Qing and quickly ran into the distance, but the rising sea surface had already begun to catch up with their pace. Chi Yu's body was approaching the surging green waves. He suddenly shouted, "Come!" On his chest, a red light suddenly rose, and the original black and silver Kirin pattern on his body was suddenly dyed into a gorgeous red. The scorching aura could even be felt from a kilometer away. The surging fire rose into the sky, and Chi-Yu's body was like the sun, as if it was completely burning. When the dark green liquid encountered this scorching airflow, it suddenly made a group of harsh sounds, and the unpleasant smell spread in all directions. Chi-Yu's body miraculously separated the oily green seawater to both sides. It was his newly acquired Kirin Red that showed its power. However, Chi-Yu's situation at this time not only did not improve, but it became more dangerous. As Xie said, with his current thundercloud force using Kirin Red defense, he could only persist for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Chi-Yu had already fallen less than 10 meters above the surface of the sea in these 3 seconds. At this time, although he had not been polluted by the dark green seawater, the red light around his body, it was already filled with surging water. Kirin Red's attribute was fire. In this sea, the power would be reduced. What's more, with Chi-Yu's strength, he was far from being able to activate this Kirin artifact and exert its true power. Seeing that he was in front of the seawater, Chi-Yu's heart suddenly jumped. At this moment, the potential of his body completely burst out. The meridians that originally ran Kirin thundercloud force in his body instantly became clearer and appeared in front of him. Stepping on the cloud, with a roar, Chi-Yu's feet subtly tapped each other, and the 4-color light appeared at the same time under his feet. The Kirin pattern on his body suddenly became illusory, as if it was galloping around his body. The 4-color light under his feet condensed into a small 4-color auspicious cloud, and his body floated up, using the last power of Kirin Red. Once again, he rushed into the dark green seawater that was activated by the deep-sea nether snake. Under the pressure of the surrounding seawater, the light on the Sarira bead converged around Chi-Yu's body. In just a moment, the only swimming trunks on Chi-Yu's body had already turned into flying ash, and a strong corrosive force continued to penetrate him from the dark green seawater. Although the Sarira bead was a powerful Buddhist artifact, after all, Chi-Yu was not a Buddhist cultivator, so the effect that he could use it was very small. At this moment, it could only barely protect his body. The seawater was not calm. Under the control of the deep-sea snake, the huge seawater was filled with endless pressure. The layer of defense laid by the Sarira bead gradually began to crack under this pressure. Once it broke, Chi-Yu would probably not even be left with ashes. Chi-Yu's mind was spinning. Did he really have to use the ultimate Kirin arm at this time? Boss Xie, why didn't you save me? Your 10 shadows have also cultivated for 3,000 years. Don't you have any strength left? Just as Chi-Yu gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death, a white shadow rushed over at an amazing speed. A loud roar that suppressed the tsunami came from the white shadow. The roar turned into an impact energy, and in an instant, the green seawater around Chi-Yu's body was shaken away. Chi-Yu's thundercloud force was already unable to hold on. It had only been 2 weeks since he started real cultivation. He had used the Kirin Red and the soaring Cloud Rise, which he had just cultivated, to be able to maintain floating. He had already exerted his full potential. As his body became light, he suddenly felt his whole body collapse. The white shadow wrapped around Chi-Yu's body, and he flew high. The speed was so fast that the feeling was even stronger than when he was on an airplane. Chi-Yu calmed himself down and saw who it was. There were black lines on the white fur, and a pair of huge white wings rose from his back. His limbs became broad, and his sharp claws were 5 inches long. His face was covered with a layer of faint white light. But judging from his aura, it was Su Dong, the perverted tiger of Zodiac City. He finally arrived. At this time he finally arrived. The 9 heads of the deep-sea nether snake roared angrily at the same time. Obviously, it was angry because its prey was rescued. The 9 heads hit the water at the same time. Then 9 arrows of seawater flew up in the shape of arrows and shot toward Chi-Yu and Su Dong at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Su Dong increased his flying altitude. His body suddenly turned in the air, and a deep tiger roar came out of his mouth. A strong green light turned into a wind shield, and from the side he met the 9 water arrows. Su Dong naturally could not be the opponent of the deep-sea nether snake. Therefore his attack was very clever. He only diverted the water arrows from the side, and then used his high, flying speed to pass through the gap. Only then did he barely evade. In just a few flashes he had already taken Chiyu to a height of thousands of meters. The deep-sea nether snake seemed to be even more angry, but it did not roar again. Instead, it directly sank into the sea. Su Dong's expression changed. "Not good. I'm afraid we can't escape. This deep-sea nether snake is too powerful. Although my speed is very fast, it is launching a large-scale attack. I'm afraid everything within a radius of tens of kilometers will be affected. Heavens! How can such a fierce beast with strength close to 10,000 years suddenly appear?" His voice was no longer soft. Instead, it became a low and somewhat hoarse voice. Although it did not sound as comfortable as before, it was full of magnetism. Chiyu said, "What should we do? Why don't you fly higher? His attack range is limited." Su Dong smiled bitterly. "Fly higher? Although I am a winged tiger, the height I can fly is also limited. There is also a limit to how high I can fly. This is already the peak of my ability. As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. Wind is one of my abilities, but it becomes very difficult to control high up in the sky. I can't go any higher." Chiyu frowned. "Then we can only wait for death." Su Dong smiled bitterly. "Do you have any other ideas? Even if Ryuak can make it in time, we can't possibly be a match for this deep-sea nether snake. Even if it only has one head, this kind of super fierce beast is enough to make us suffer. Think about my girlfriend. What are they going to do in the future? Dambede." Chiyu's eyes suddenly turned cold and focused on the bottom. Although they were separated by thousands of meters, he could still see the dark green seawater spreading towards the shore. It was only a few dozen meters away from Shinyun and Suqing. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Su Dong and said firmly, "Once I've restrained the deep-sea nether snake, bring them to a safe place immediately." Before Su Dong could understand Chiyu's meaning, a force suddenly came from Chiyu's body, and he broke free from his tiger claws. He allowed his body to fall down. At this moment, the deep-sea nether snake's huge body emerged from the seawater. This time, the sea turned purple, and the seawater kept rising strangely. In the seawater, whirlpools with a diameter of 10 meters spun rapidly, spreading towards their surroundings. With Chiyu and Su Dong's eyesight, they could clearly see that the entire sea had turned purple. And the whirlpools were rising from the sea as they spread. The number of whirlpools could not be counted at all. These whirlpools were connected to the surface of the sea by a faint purple line. As soon as they left the surface of the sea, their speed instantly increased, turning the entire sky purple. In an instant, they spread in all directions. Lin Bing Do, Jia Jia Zhan Lai Qianxing. The divine edict is clear. The sky is clear. The earth is clear. The divine Lord is pure, not tainted. Demons and ghosts are subdued. Yin and yang are united. Descend. Chi Yu's deep voice rang in the air. His voice was not loud, but every word was sonorous and powerful. When he chanted the first word, the speed of his body's fall began to slow down. When he finished chanting the 9 symbolic words, his body floated quietly in the air without any energy. Following that, the silver and black ink Kirin pattern on Chiyu's body really left his body. Chiyu's eyes turned completely silver at this moment. His black hair stood on end. An equally terrifying aura also emanated from his body. The Kirin pattern continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a huge light shadow of Kirin that was more than 30 meters long. Kirin lowered its head, and the horn on its head shone with a bright, silver-black light. Chi Yu also raised his right arm at this moment. Was it Kirin's arm breaking the heavens? No, it was not. Even at this moment, Chi Yu still wanted to take a gamble. He was not willing to spend 100 years to restore his Kirin arm. Silver symbols emerged from the fingertips of Chi Yu's right hand. The same symbols were also emitted from the horn of the ink Kirin light shadow. The same silver symbols merged in the air, forming a circle that spread to the surroundings. The 9 deep-sea nether snakes below were obviously feeling uneasy. They growled in a low voice, and the greenish-black scales on their bodies turned purple at the same time. The purple vortexes, rising from the sea, quickly shot towards Chi Yu's direction like crazy. The corner of Chi Yu's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The silver light in his eyes suddenly brightened, and the circle formed from complex silver symbols instantly descended. It actually passed through the purple vortex without any resistance, and in the blink of an eye, enveloped the 9-headed deep-sea nether serpent's enormous body. 18 cold eyes shone with a cold light, and within that cold light, there seemed to be a hint of mockery. The next moment, the deep-sea nether snake's bodies disappeared into thin air. The huge body that was hundreds of meters tall suddenly disappeared. The purple vortexes also turned back into blue seawater because they were no longer under the control of the deep-sea nether snakes. They fell into the sea, bringing with them the roar of the formation. Not far away, Shen Yan's face was pale, and he was violently gasping for breath with Su Qing. Just at the moment before the deep-sea nether snakes disappeared, a purple vortex had already reached 3 meters in front of them and was about to swallow them. They were close to death a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was as if nothing had happened. Under this strong stimulation, Su Qing suddenly fainted and fell into Shen Yan's arms. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chi Yu's body, which was originally floating in the air, suddenly fell down. The light shadow of Kirin also quickly disappeared, fusing into his body and disappearing. Even the patterns on his body also disappeared. A white light flashed, and Su Dong caught Chi Yu's body before it fell into the sea. With just a few flaps of his wings, he had already returned to the shore. Chi Yu's whole body was slightly trembling, not because of fear, but because of serious exhaustion. Su Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you have to do this? Don't tell me that we can avoid death like this." Chi Yu also had a stomach full of bitterness. "Perverted tiger, besides this, is there any other way? This is the only way to buy us some time. Forget it, don't send them away. Send me away, at least find a quiet place with no people. It seems to be good to reduce some losses." Chapter 29. Although Shen Yan's face was pale, his eyes were very firm. He nodded and said, "I won't say anything. Even if I say it, no one will believe me. I just hope that all of you can come back alive. I think that all of you can solve it. After all, you are the Zodiac guardian gods." Su Dong was shocked, and the way he looked at Shen Yan suddenly changed. Shen Yan's face showed a trace of a smile. "If you want to solve your doubts, come back alive. Your time should be limited, isn't it? The Zodiac tiger." Su Dong and Chi Yu looked at each other. Chi Yu was even more shocked than him. The words that Shen Yan said were obviously beyond the understanding of ordinary people. However, there was no time for them to think. Su Dong made a prompt decision and instantly flew up with Chi Yu. He flapped the white tiger wings on his back, and with the help of the green airflow, he flew away at high speed. "Where are we going?" Su Dong asked Chi Yu while flying. Chi Yu said, "Up to you. Just find a place with fewer people. We only have 2 hours. Fly as far as you can. The farther away from the sea, the better." Su Dong nodded and said, "Today is the first time I feel the Kirin King's aura from you. You are stronger than I thought. Do you know? When I saw the deep-sea nether snake, I thought that you were finished. But I didn't expect that you could actually hold on until I arrived. At the last moment, you were able to use your Kirin clan's natural divine skill to capture the deep-sea nether snake. Chiyu sighed and said, "What bullsh asterisk T natural divine skill? It's more like a suicide skill." He chanted the spell at the last moment and took away the 9 deep-sea nether snakes. On the surface, it seemed to be an extremely powerful ability, but in fact it contained a huge danger. Kirin clan. Regardless of the attribute of a Kirin, from the moment of its birth, it would possess a unique innate divine incantation of the Kirin race. The effect of this incantation was very simple. His name was Kirin's Descent. Once activated, as long as the opponent belonged to the vicious beast lineage, no matter how powerful they were, they would be instantly absorbed into Kirin's own life energy by the divine spell and become Kirin's envoy. Kirin, the messenger. It was on behalf of Kirin. The ferocious beasts that Kirin had subdued could be controlled to do anything. However, it wasn't that easy to subdue envoy Kirin. It was impossible for any kind of ability to affect the balance of nature. Although Kirin's divinity's descent could instantly capture any dire beast, Kirin's divinity could not withstand it. However, 2 hours later, 2 hours in ancient times, it was equivalent to 2 hours. When the captured beast regained its consciousness, it would appear in Kirin's own bloodline. If Kirin's ability was enough to surpass the captured envoy, then this Kirin envoy could only obediently listen to Kirin's command until the day Kirin died. However, if Kirin's ability was lower than the envoy, not only could the envoy regain its freedom, but it could also devour Kirin's body to greatly increase its own ability. Therefore, the divine Qilin descent was a double-edged sword. Although it could subdue any vicious beast, it was a double-edged sword. Although it could subdue any beast, if the strength of the culprit surpassed Kirin, then it would be Kirin's death. One should know that no vicious beast was good. With such a good opportunity to devour Kirin, they would never let it go. Therefore, during the ancient beast era, only those who had reached adulthood and possessed all of their abilities, Kirin would use natural divine descent to devour beasts as its own envoy. Kirin's entire life, he could use natural divine descent 3 times, which meant that he could subdue 3 beasts that were slightly weaker than him. Today, at this critical moment, Chiyu was helpless. He thought of Shen Yun's kindness to him, Su Qing's alluring figure, and the tens of thousands of innocent students in Qingbei University. In order to minimize his losses, he had no choice but to use natural divine descent. He used his natal deity's descent. Naturally, he knew that compared to the 9 deep-sea nether snakes, his strength was like comparing fire to the moon. However, he still did it. These 2 hours were exactly what he wanted. In other words, he wanted to delay his own death. As for the envoy that he devoured, he didn't even have the chance to use ultimate Kirin's arm anymore. This was because Kirin's arm was an external attack. After the envoy regained its consciousness, it relied on pure energy to fight against his internal energy. Under such circumstances, Chiyu would definitely die. Did he have a choice? With his strength, using Kirin's arm would only be courting death. At most, it would cause a non-fatal injury to the deep-sea nether snake. And if the deep-sea nether snake was enraged, it might really bring about a disaster. And now, even if the deep-sea nether snake only had 1/10 of its energy after leaving the sea, it was probably enough for him to die dozens or hundreds of times. What would happen in these 2 hours? Chiyu didn't know, and neither did Su Dong. Right now, they could only try their best to fly in one direction. The scenery under their feet became blurry because of the darkness. Occasionally, they could see some twinkling lights. The temperature in the sky was obviously colder than on the ground. Under Su Dong's full flight, they quickly left the Beidei coast. After flying for about 20 minutes, the bracelets on Chiyu and Su Dong's hands lit up at the same time. Su Dong's face lit up with joy. "It's Ruyue. Let's stop and wait for her to see if she has any ideas." Chiyu was very calm. In this short flight of 20 minutes, everything that he had experienced in the past 19 years kept flashing in his mind. Not long ago, when he became the king of the Zodiac guardian deities, he thought that his fate had changed. Never did he expect that his fate, which had just taken a turn for the better, would suddenly come to an end because of a sudden crisis. After listening to Su Dong's words, he just nodded silently. Su Dong folded the wings on his back and glided towards the ground. He let out a low roar, and the green light around his body suddenly shone brightly, blocking the strong wind brought by the descent outside of his body and Chi Yu's body. When the two successfully landed on a small hill, as soon as he left Su Dong's arm, the weak Chi Yu sat on the ground. His body was still naked, but he did not feel cold at all. The blood vessels in his body that were originally clear had become blurred, as if all the blood vessels were burning. An incomparably powerful energy trembled in his body. Not to mention cultivation, he could not even feel the original Kirin's aura on his body. The silver and black Qilin patterns on his body flickered between clear and blurry, indicating that he was currently in an unstable state. Su Dong helped Chi Yu to sit cross-legged and let out a deafening roar. A powerful pressure spread to the surroundings, and a pair of tiger palms pressed on Chi Yu's shoulders. Two waves of overbearing energy rushed into Chi Yu's body in an instant and gathered at his dantian. With Su Dong's help, Chi Yu immediately became spirited, and the burning feeling in his body decreased a little. The ascending cloud art was originally born from the ascending Qilin art, and the route of cultivation was basically the same. Su Dong urged his thundercloud force to circulate in Chi Yu's body according to the usual cultivation route, and with his unreserved help. After a cycle of cloud and circumference, finally, the meridians in Chi Yu's body became clear again. However, Chi Yu was very clear that Su Dong's actions could only temporarily reduce his pain. Once the time was up and the 9 deep-sea nether snakes woke up, his thundercloud force would not be enough to help him resist. A huge cloud floated over, and a clear and bright dragon roar resounded. The cloud and mist dispersed, the white dragon wings retracted, and the transformed sea Ryue floated over. As soon as she landed on the ground, she noticed that something was wrong with Chi Yu. His body was completely naked, and his body was emitting an extremely unstable and powerful aura. What's going on? See, Ryue sat cross-legged in front of Chi Yu, and her dragon claws reached forward and pressed on his chest. 2 waves of ascending dragon art's thundercloud force came from his chest, and cooperated with Su Dong's ascending tiger art to quickly explore Chi Yu's body. Chi Yu let out a long breath. Under the effect of the 2 waves of thundercloud force, his body immediately recovered, and even the consumed thundercloud force was replenished. All right, don't lose any more thundercloud force to me. Su Dong let go of his hands, and his tiger eyes were full of solemnity. See, Ryue's huge dragon wings spread forward, and it enveloped Chi Yu's body from behind, as if she was hugging Chi Yu in her arms. She looked at Su Dong with a questioning look. Su Dong sighed, and with a bitter smile he recounted everything that had happened at the Beidei seaside. After listening to his narration, Si Ryue could not help but gasp. How could this be? Our Zodiac guardian god had just started to awaken, and Kirin had just appeared. How could a beast close to 10,000 years of strength appear? Chi Yu, you're too bold. Chi Yu said, I had no choice at that time. If I didn't do that, I'm afraid no one would be able to survive within dozens of miles of the seaside. Su Dong and I would definitely not be able to escape the attack of the deep-sea nether snake. See, Ryue knew that what he said was the truth, and she muttered, there's no other way now. That deep-sea nether snake has the strength of 9 heads, but on land, it can only exert 1/10 of its strength. Su Dong and I together should be able to suppress him no matter what. Chi Yu said, I've also thought about this, but you can suppress it for a while, but not forever. Once your thundercloud force is exhausted, or you leave my side, I will still be swallowed by it. Moreover, the thundercloud force that you cultivate is different from my ascending Qilin technique. If I forcibly fight against a deep-sea nether snake like this, I'm afraid my body will be the first to be unable to bear it. This is just drinking poison to quench thirst. After being swallowed by Kirin's god descent, the beast became one with my body. As long as it is still in my body, it will be impossible to exert its full strength. Now there's only one way, and that is to directly destroy my body before it wakes up. In that case, the deep-sea nether snake will also be destroyed. No, Si Ryue said resolutely. Chiyu, you are Kirin, the king of the Zodiac guardian gods. You must be strong. Our Zodiac warriors need you. If you die, although we can deal with the deep-sea nether snake, what if another 10,000-year beast appears in the future? Without Kirin's ability as a guide, it will be difficult for the Zodiac guardian gods to contend against the 10,000-year beast. You must not die. Chiyu glanced at Si Ryue's firm and plump chest. Under the wrapping of her dragon wings, warmth was constantly transmitted into his body. The powerful dragon's aura combined with the rising dragon art helped him suppress the surging foreign energy in his body. When did you care so much about me? Perhaps after I die, there will be another successor with Kirin's bloodline? Si Ryue said angrily, Look at the time. You still have the time to talk about this. In the same era, there have never been two successors of Kirin. Moreover, you are our partner. As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't let you die. Hearing her words, Chiyu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. The Tyrannosaurus Rex that he originally hated seemed to not be so annoying. Then what should we do? Are you going to keep feeding Thundercloud Force to me like this? Although 1/10 of the deep-sea nether snake strength is not a match for the two of you, it is in my body. However, it was in my body. As long as I couldn't suppress it with my own cloud power, it would always be a time bomb. As long as you relax a little, I will be swallowed by it. At that time, I won't be the only one who will be unlucky. The dragon scales all over Si Ryue's body slightly expanded. I said as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't give up. How about this? We will immediately take you to Tibet. Perhaps Master Zagru will have a way. With Master's Buddhist power, he should be able to help you seal this deep-sea nether snake that only has 1/10 of its strength. Then keep you by his side and continue to cultivate until your own Thundercloud Force can suppress the deep-sea nether snake. Before you can suppress the deep-sea nether snake, the task of guarding the East will be handed over to us. Su Dong's tiger eyes lit up and said, That's right! How could I forget Master Zagru? With Master here, the situation doesn't seem too bad. Ryue, let's set off now. While flying, help Chiyu suppress the deep-sea nether snake in his body. As long as we arrive at St. Buddha Temple, everything will be much easier. Just as they were preparing to act, Chiyu suddenly said, Wait a minute, let me think about it. As he said, he put his hands flat on his knees and closed his eyes. Chiyu wasn't thinking, but the voice of Xie Ji suddenly sounded in his heart. After swallowing the deep-sea nether snake with Kirin's divine descent, because of the deep-sea nether snake's violent energy fluctuations, he directly lost contact with Xie Ji. After Si Ryue and Su Dong opened up the meridians, he finally heard Xie Ji's voice again. Chiyu, I am proud of your wit. Xie Ji's first sentence was actually a compliment which made Chiyu stunned. Proud? What is there to be proud of? You also know that my strength is not enough to restrain the deep-sea nether snake. Now, my friends want to send me to St. Buddha Temple to help me resist the deep-sea nether snake's counterattack. Xie Ji calmly said, No, there is no need. You didn't do anything wrong. In that situation, your choice was extremely correct. The deep-sea nether snake's purple whirlpool skill is one of its ultimate skills, called Purple Ocean Hell. If this deep-sea nether snake reaches 10,000 years of cultivation, not to mention you, even if Kirin was at his peak, he could only immediately escape from the range of the supply. The deep-sea nether snake's title as the strongest in the water is not just for show. Purple ocean hell can use the water in the sea to destroy all living creatures. To really compete with it, only the Ink Kirin King who created Kirin Een can do it, because only he is the strongest warrior of the Kirin clan. My ancestors have recorded that there was once a senior Kirin who fought against the deep-sea nether snake and was defeated by the purple ocean hell. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. The Kirin clan's divine descent has no effect on the vicious beasts that have cultivated for more than 10,000 years. So, your luck is really good today. Judging from the energy intensity of the 9-headed deep-sea nether snake, it should have cultivated for more than 9,900 years. It will not take long for it to advance to the next stage. That is the real horror. Chi was puzzled and said, Brother Xiaji, what do you mean by telling me this? Although I had a flash of inspiration at that time and temporarily resolved the crisis. But this deep-sea nether snake still brought me a lot of trouble. If I want to rely on my own strength to suppress it with only 1/10 of its strength, I don't know how long it will take. According to Ryue, our Zodiac guardian will face a big test in a short period of time. If I can only cultivate in the Holy Buddha Temple, I can help them. Xie Ji smiled indifferently and said, Chiyu, you are wrong. Your luck is so good that it has probably already surpassed any of the previous Qilin ancestors. You know why the deep-sea nether snake attacked you. Later, it even used its strongest ability, the purple ocean hell? Chi Yu asked doubtfully, why? Did he come to attack me on purpose? Xie Ji said, no, of course not. The deep-sea nether snake has no divination ability. How could it know that you have arrived at the seaside? Moreover, generally speaking, the deep-sea nether snake lives in the depths of the sea below 3,000 meters. It will not easily appear in the shallow sea. I don't know whether to say that your luck is too good or too bad. The reason why it attacked you is that it found the aura of Kirin on you. At the same time, it also felt that your strength is still extremely weak. That's why it took the risk. Generally speaking, the deep-sea nether snake is unwilling to face Kirin before it has cultivated to 10,000 years, even in the sea. This was because it was afraid that a powerful Qilin would descend with its natal spirit, capture it, and then deal with it. But your strength is still too weak, so the deep-sea nether snake attacked you without fear. As for its appearance, it is because of your own reasons. Do you remember the long cry you made at the seaside? Under the agitation of your mood, you inadvertently triggered your own thundercloud force, causing Kirin's aura to be exposed. This attracted the deep-sea nether snake not far away to attack you. It should have thought that your strength is too weak and you don't even have the chance to fight back. But it did not expect that you still delayed the time to use your natal spirit to catch it out of the sea. Chi Yu's heart moved, and he said, Brother Xiaji, are you going to tell me that you can use your own ability to help me restrain this deep-sea nether snake? After all, the king of Xiaji is also an ancient beast that has cultivated for more than 3,000 years, although it is not the opponent of the 9 deep-sea nether snakes. But to deal with the deep-sea nether snake with only 1/10 of its strength, there should be no problem. Xiaji laughed and said, I can't. I'm not saying anything to you. After becoming your shadow, I have lost my ability. The energy of my own cultivation has been integrated into your own Kirin bloodline. Only in this way can I become a pure-blooded Kirin when you really grow into Queen Kirin, and my original bloodline will become a pure-blooded Kirin. The one who can help you through this difficulty is not me, but your master Tian-Yin. Tian-Yin and Kirin can be said to be symbiotic. From Kirin, there must be Tian-Yin. Even if you are separated by thousands of miles, your breath is the same. Compared to me, the help that Tian-Yin brings you is immeasurable. This is also the foreshadowing left by the ancestors of Kirin when they chose humans to become the inheritors of Kirin's bloodline. Chi Yu said, Then I still have to go to St. Buddha Temple? This is no different from the idea that my 2 friends came up with. Xie Ji said, No, of course there is a difference. You don't need to go anywhere. Tian Yin has already helped you. Your Tian Yin has inherited the power of Buddha for 10 generations. The power of his Buddha is so powerful that no one in this world can compare. When he helped you open up the bloodline of Kirin, his own Buddha power penetrated into your body. At the same time, he also gave you a treasure. It is the Saraira bead on your wrist. For ordinary people, the Saraira bead only has the effect of calming the mind. However, because your body has the huge Buddha power passed to you by Tian Yin, it becomes different. Although your current strength is not enough to transform the thundercloud force into Buddha power to display the full power of the Saraira bead. However, the Saraira bead made from the Saraira of 10 generations of eminent monks is definitely a Buddhist treasure. No matter how powerful the deep-sea nether snake is, it is only a fierce beast. A fierce beast carries an evil aura. Your ability is not enough to fight against it when it is awake. However, the Saraira bead can seal it. I think when the deep-sea nether snake attacked you, even it did not think that you would have such a Buddhist treasure on you. Without the Saraira bead, you would not have waited for Yin who to rescue you. After listening to Xie words, Chiyu couldn't help but be overjoyed. He couldn't help but respect Master Zigramor. Then what should I do now? Xie said, it's very simple. You don't have to do anything, because you can't trigger the Buddha power in your body to control the Saraira bead. However, when you swallowed the deep-sea nether snake, it became the evil energy in your body. Although the Saraira bead can't be used by you, you are now its master. But now that you are its master, it will naturally expel the evil in your body. In the face of the Buddha power contained in the Saraira bead, as long as the deep-sea nether snake wakes up, it will not attack you. Once it does, it will be the first to suffer, not to mention that it can't hurt you under the effect of the Saraira bead. Its cultivation will even be greatly reduced. Moreover, if its reaction is slower, it may even be destroyed by the Buddha power. It will lose its wisdom. If that's the case, it will really become your command. I am so pitiful. Just as Chiyu and Xie were talking, another voice sounded in Chiyu's heart. Chiyu was shocked, but Xie seemed to have expected it and let out a low laugh. I knew that you couldn't help but come out, Senior Deep-Sea Nether Snake. The voice that suddenly appeared was very sharp, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. What senior? We beasts and you beasts will always be enemies. Don't try to get close to me. You was surprised, Deep-Sea Nether Snake. Don't you have to wait for 2 hours before you wake up? How? The voice of the Deep-Sea Nether Snake was full of grief and indignation. Damn it, if this snake is unlucky, even drinking seawater is like stuffing its teeth. You can't be greedy. You was stunned for a moment, but his heart was more at ease, although the voice of the Deep-Sea Nether Snake only said a few words. But he faintly heard that this big snake that had cultivated for more than 9,000 years seemed to have no way to deal with him. Xie smiled and said, It's not a loss to be the messenger of the king of Ink Kirin. Your choice is right. If you really launch a backlash, it's only you who will be unlucky. What I said just now is to tell Chiyu that he is not in danger, and it is also a warning to you, Senior. Although we beasts have been hostile to you beasts for thousands of years, you have cultivated for thousands of years more than me after all, so you should still call me Senior. The Deep-Sea Nether Snake snorted and said, I'm so pitiful. It's a pity that I have cultivated hard for nearly 10,000 years, although I failed miserably. Chiyu said angrily, You King miserably. The voice of the Deep-Sea Nether Snake suddenly became angry. Did I say anything wrong? For you, this is great luck, but for me it is a great sorrow. Do you know why I can wake up so quickly? Your Qilin clan's so-called source divinity descent doesn't have any effect on me to begin with. Although it can swallow me temporarily, it can only swallow me for a short period of 10 minutes. When you swallowed me, I thought you were dead, but who knew that I was unlucky enough to encounter a Buddha treasure with 10 lives of Buddha power. 10 minutes? Why only 10 minutes? Chi Yu asked in surprise. The deep-sea nether snake said proudly, "Of course it is only 10 minutes. Among the beasts, there is also a big difference in levels. Even if the same cultivates for 10,000 years and becomes a 10,000-year-old beast, there will be a big difference in strength according to the clan. The deep-sea nether snake clan is a top-level beast. We only need to cultivate for 3,000 years, and in the sea we can have the cultivation of ordinary beasts for 10,000 years. For ordinary beasts, as long as their cultivation does not exceed 10,000 years, your Kirin's divine descent can restrict them for 2 hours, which is the so-called 2 hours in today's society. But for super beasts like us, as long as our cultivation exceeds 3,000 years, this time will change according to the number of years we have cultivated. The longer the cultivation time, the shorter the duration of Kirin's divine descent. I have cultivated for 9,990 years, and in another 10 years, I can become a deep-sea nether dragon and become the strongest king in the sea. Therefore, with such a weak Kirin's divine descent, it is very lucky that I was unconscious for 10 minutes. If you hesitated for a moment and did not leave the beach immediately, I would have swallowed you." Chi Yu's mood was agitated, and his clothes had been soaked in cold sweat. He secretly said that it was a close call. Siet Ji said with some disdain, "Is that so? Senior deep-sea nether snake, you seem to be exaggerating. Even if you were still at the beach, your body was no longer within the scope of the sea, and the strength you can exert will inevitably be greatly weakened. In the face of the 10 lives monk Saraira, even if you really swallowed Chi Yu's body, you will be affected by the Saraira. Not only will there be no benefits, but I am afraid that your cultivation will be greatly damaged. Moreover, Chi Yu's body already contains a strong Buddha power. For you, he is like a hot potato. Despicable, you are simply too despicable. You must have disgust to plot against me." The deep-sea nether snake said indignantly. Chi Yu said curiously, "Discuss my ass. Do you think I was willing to get you into my body? If I had known that such a big guy like you was at the beach, I would not have run to Beidei, even if you beat me to death." "Humph. It is because of your own greed that you want to eat me, so you end up like this. I will give you 2 words. You deserve it. You." The deep-sea nether snake let out a low gasp in Chi Yu's heart. Obviously, it was already angry to the extreme. Sieji laughed and said, "Well, don't quarrel. Senior nether snake's luck is really not very good. With the development of human beings, today's human beings are no longer as fragile as they were when they were just born in ancient times. Their wisdom is many times better than at that time. Senior nether snake, now that you have been controlled by Chi Yu and can't leave his body within a kilometer, I think it is better for you to accept your fate. Being a messenger doesn't seem to be a big deal. Although you can only exert 1/10 of your cultivation, it is still a lot of benefits for the current Chi Yu. At least, you can no longer be regarded as a ferocious beast when you become Kirin's messenger. Welcome to the divine beast camp." The deep-sea nether snake was obviously unwilling to accept this fact. "I am not reconciled. During the era of the ancient behemoths, the messengers of your Kirin clan were generally only 3,000 to 5,000 years old. I, a great ferocious beast who has cultivated for 9,990 years, was reduced to a Kirin's messenger. Aye. Chi Yu smiled. "What you?" In ancient times, there was no Buddhist power to limit the evil energy in your body. Now it is different. I think you should be a teacher. Don't worry, I never treat my own people badly. Maybe I will find a beautiful snake to be your wife, so that you can have a sexual desire." The deep-sea nether snake's mood fluctuated. Obviously, beautiful snake? Unless you can find someone at the level of white snake, I am not interested. Chapter 30. What T myth? The White Lady exists. She is not a snake spirit who has been practicing for thousands of years, as you humans say, but an outstanding talent of our deep-sea nether snake race. After 10,000 years of practice, she left the original body of the deep-sea nether snake and turned from black to white. She walked in the human world and met the pretty boy Su Xian of your human race. When the white lady was a child, she ran to the land because she was playful and was almost killed by humans. It was Su Xian's ancestor who saved her, so there was a part about repaying the debt of gratitude. As for the final ending, it was not good. She was besieged by several big, bald donkeys of your human race at that time. They sealed her in Leifeng Pagoda when she was at her weakest because of pregnancy. We, the deep-sea nether snake race, have always been ashamed of it. However, the white lady is indeed a famous beauty of our deep-sea nether snake race. Chi-Yu laughed. He did not know whether what the deep-sea nether snake said was true or not, but judging from its more than 9,000 years of practice, it was most likely true. As for why it was later deified, this story was unknown. Of course. Chi-Yu would not care about this now. Are you willing to be my servant now? I'm not willing. The deep-sea nether snake replied without hesitation. Chi-Yu was stunned and said, You're not willing? Do you want to compete with my Sarira bead? The deep-sea nether snake said, Compete my A*S. When I was first swallowed into your body, I felt a strong Buddhist power. Later, when I woke up, I did not dare to act rashly. After listening to the words of the Siaji in your body, I knew that I had hit an iron plate. Damn, it's actually the Sarira of the 10 bald donkeys. If I rush out of your body, I will be the unlucky one, human who has inherited the blood of Kirin. How about we make a deal? After all, I have practiced for 9,990 years and have accumulated some treasures in the sea. If you are willing to let me go back, I am willing to give you half of my treasures, enough to make you the richest person in the human world. You should know that the rarest treasures in the sea belong to us, the deep-sea nether snakes. As long as I can go back, I will successfully become a 10,000 years old deep-sea abyssal dragon in another 10 years. That has always been my dream. Chi-Yu chuckled and did not answer immediately. Previously, he had thought that he was going to die for sure, so his mood had been very low. Now, he suddenly didn't have to die. Moreover, the enemy who was so strong that he couldn't fight against earlier was actually asking him for help. How could he let go of such an opportunity? At that moment, he pretended to ponder and said, Although the deep-sea nether snake had lived for thousands of years, it had always lived and cultivated in the sea. Although it already had a high level of intelligence, its brain was still not comparable to that of humans. When it heard Chi-Yu's words, it seemed to be a little relaxed. 3/4. I'll give you 3/4 of the treasures. How about it? I only need to leave a little. Chi-Yu said, Deep-sea nether snake, it's not that I don't want to believe you. It's just that you are a vicious beast. Although I don't know much about vicious beasts, from your title, I know that you are not a good thing. How can I believe your words? The deep-sea nether snake said angrily, I am not an ordinary vicious beast. I am the most powerful vicious beast in the sea. Naturally, I meant what I said. I am willing to swear by the wrath of heaven that if I don't give you 3/4 of my treasures after I get my freedom, I am willing to be punished by heaven. Chi-Yu said disdainfully, What wrath of heaven? I can easily make up 100 different kinds of such an oath. Siaji, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Chi-Yu, his oath can be trusted. For a vicious beast, the biggest restriction is the wrath of heaven. Once a vicious beast kills too much, it may trigger a catastrophe brought by heaven. And the catastrophe only targets a single vicious beast. No vicious beast can resist that kind of wrath. Swearing by the wrath of heaven can be regarded as the heaviest oath made by the deep-sea nether snake. Chi-Yu understood that Siaji was reminding him to stop while he was ahead. Judging from the cultivation of the deep-sea nether snake for more than 9,000 years, the treasures it had accumulated must not be a small number. However, now Chi-Yu needed to enhance his own strength. His desire for treasures had faded a lot. He thought about it. If that's the case, then well, Deep-sea nether snake, I promise to return you your freedom. However, when you give me the treasures, you have to swear by the wrath of heaven again. No matter when, you can't hurt me." What a joke! So what if he got the treasures? If the deep-sea nether snake gave him the treasures and suddenly wanted to kill him, could he withstand it in the sea? The deep-sea nether snake was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Okay, as long as I don't become your slave and can still get my freedom, I will agree to any conditions. After spending more than 9,000 years of loneliness, he had been working hard towards the direction of the deep-sea abyssal dragon. For him, nothing was more important than cultivating to the 10,000-year realm, now that he was only 10 years away from achieving his long-time dream. Why would the deep-sea nether snake hesitate? At that moment, he immediately swore that he would never hurt Chiyu again, no matter when. After listening to the deep-sea nether snake's oath, Chiyu smiled. Well, deep-sea nether snake, when I have enough strength, I will let you go back to the sea. For now, you just stay in my body. The deep-sea nether snake was stunned and said, What did you say? Didn't you promise to let me go back to the sea immediately? Chi-Yu immediately used his rogue skills. When did I promise to let you go back to the sea immediately? I just promised to let you go back, but I didn't say when. Brother Xie, Ji, can testify to this. Just before the deep-sea nether snake was about to be angry, he hurriedly added, Brother Nether Snake, it's not that I don't want to let you go back. However, you can also feel that my current strength is extremely weak. In your eyes, I am afraid that there is no difference from an ant. Our Kirin's divine descent can be used by any Kirin with any strength, but to use the divine descent to release the devouring slave, it requires a very strong thundercloud force as a backup. Even if I want to let you go back immediately now, I am powerless. Let's do it this way. You can cultivate in my body first. When my cultivation is sufficient, I will immediately let you go back. As long as you obediently follow my orders while you're cultivating in my body, our agreement is absolutely valid. I will give you a lung. How long will that take? The powerful breath of the deep-sea nether snake was constantly fluctuating. Chi, you clearly felt a warm airflow from his left wrist into his body. The deep-sea nether snake was so scared that it immediately restrained its breath. The relic bead was a treasure for Chiyu, but it was an absolute weapon for it. If it was in the sea, the deep-sea nether snake might dare to use its powerful cultivation to try to rush out of Chi-Yu's body directly. Even if it was seriously injured with its cultivation, there was always a chance to recover. But now it only had 1/10 of its strength in the sea. How would it dare to try? No one was willing to court death. After cultivating for more than 9,000 years, it still didn't see through life and death. It cherished its own life even more. Chi smiled and said, I don't know how long it will take. You just pray that my strength will improve quickly. I guess when I reach the strength of Kirin Juyun, I can basically use Kirin's descent to release you. What, Jian? Chiyu said, I am telling the truth. Do you know which Kirin's ancestor used Kirin's descent? I am already taking a big risk. God knows what kind of problems will occur if I use the natal god's descent. I have already given you face. Don't be so shameless. When the time comes, we will have a life and death struggle. No one will benefit. He didn't intend to let the deep-sea nether snake go from the beginning. Although Chiyu didn't know to what extent his ascending Qilin technique could reach when he reached Jiyun, but judging from Xie respect for Kirin, there should be no difficulty in subduing this giant snake. Want to run? Not so easy. When he thought that he almost died in the seawater released by this 9-headed nether snake, Chiyu's heart was full of hatred. I admit it. The deep-sea nether snake said decadently, How about this? I still have a lot of things in the sea. You take me back to get them. You can rest assured that since you have used the natal god's descent to accept me as an envoy, then your body naturally has the ability to avoid water. There will be no danger in entering the sea. Chi-Yu snorted and said, Do you think I am a fool? You'll be able to recover your full strength in the ocean, but I can't take the risk. After all, you've cultivated for 9,990 years. So, you'd better stay in my body. I'm so sad. I won't have a chance to swim with a beauty in the future. The deep-sea nether snake finally realized the cunning of human beings. You seemed to be thinking for its sake, but he never let go of the key points. It sadly realized that it was afraid that for a long time it would really become the envoy of this weak human who had inherited the bloodline of Kirin. Ji passed an appreciative emotion to Chi-Yu. Obviously, it was very satisfied with his approach. Chi-Yu said, "Well, 2 bosses you can cultivate in my body. 9-headed nether snake, in fact, you should be glad. I have the Qilin clan's most valuable treasure, the Qilin pearl. It itself has the ability to strengthen the cultivation of the water attribute. Cultivating in my body might not be a bad thing for you. Perhaps cultivating in my body for a few dozen years will have the same effect as cultivating in the sea for 1,000 years, and you'll become a deep-sea abyssal dragon." The voice of the deep-sea nether snake disappeared, and its powerful aura was completely restrained. Before its aura disappeared, it only passed 2 words to Chi-Yu. Despicable. Go. Go so soon? Brother nether snake, don't forget when your brother is in danger. You have to help me. After all, you are also living in my body. Even if you are renting a house, you have to give me some rent. The deep-sea nether snake, who had just been silent, said angrily, "I can't wait for you to die immediately. As long as you are dead, I can naturally escape. You want me to help you? Don't daydream. Although I can't do anything to you, you can't hurt me either, unless your strength can surpass mine. Otherwise, don't think of asking me to help you." Chi-Yu laughed in his heart. "When my strength surpasses you, I am afraid you will not be able to escape from my control." Although he thought so in his heart, he did not say it out loud. When a dog is anxious, it will jump over a wall. When this snake is anxious, who knows what it will do? Although he did not succeed in getting a powerful messenger to help him, the crisis in front of him was finally resolved. Chi-Yu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. "Nether snake, don't sleep yet. I have one last question." "Humph. Don't expect me to answer you. Don't bother me in the future, unless you can send me back to the sea." The deep-sea nether snake obviously hated this cunning human. Chi-Yu said helplessly, "My question is very simple. A few years ago, there was a very violent tsunami in the east, taking away countless lives. Did you do that?" Although he was a ruffian, he also knew how much natural disasters hurt humans. If that was really done by the deep-sea nether snake in his body, then, once he became stronger, he would not let this guy go no matter what. He did not want to avenge humans, but he did not want such a cruel beast to have a chance to harm humans again. After hearing Chi-Yu's question, the deep-sea nether snake, who originally did not want to answer anything, suddenly let out a very sad voice. "How unlucky! I thought he was unlucky enough, but who knew I was even more unlucky than him? Yes, the tsunami you mentioned was indeed done by us, the deep-sea nether snake. But it was not me. I do not have that powerful ability. That was done by my big brother. We were originally twins, but he was born more than 10 years premature, so he cultivated more than 10 cars more than me. The 2 of us used to be the overlords of the sea, and the creatures in the sea respected us. But my big brother was too arrogant. A few years ago, when he finally broke through 10,000 years of cultivation, his strength increased to a new level, and he became a deep-sea abyssal dragon. Because he was too excited, he thought that his strength was enough to fight against the heavens, and he did not control himself well, causing that tsunami. The lives of you humans are nothing to us, the deep-sea abyssal dragons. However, misfortune also happened. God's wrath, which had not appeared for God knows how many years, actually appeared after that tsunami, and directly killed my big brother who had just become a deep-sea abyssal dragon. Poor me! I can only live alone, and now I'm unlucky enough to be your servant. Misfortune never comes alone between us brothers. Your big brother is an idiot, Chi-Yu said angrily. You're the idiot. Don't you dare insult my big brother. The deep-sea abyssal dragon was obviously very dissatisfied with Chi-Yu insulting his dead big brother. Chi-Yu snorted and said, If he is not an idiot, then what is he? Even if you want to release a tsunami, you have to find the right target. There is a place in the east that is most suitable to release a powerful disaster like a tsunami. What did you say? Are you even a human? You actually want us, the deep-sea nether snake, to launch such a large-scale disaster? The deep-sea nether snake's interest was immediately aroused by Chi-Yu's words. Chi-Yu said, A tsunami is indeed a disaster, but this disaster depends on where it is used. Do you know why I said that your big brother is an idiot? If the tsunami he launched was against a disgusting island country, perhaps he would not have been punished by God's wrath. The people of that island country are famous for their short lower limbs. I mean, 3 lower limbs. They have committed countless sins. They should have disappeared from this world a long time ago. Ever since he was young, he hadn't been good at his studies and didn't know much about history. However, decades ago, when the Yanhuang Empire was at its most perilous, he still remembered the history of being invaded by pirates from a small island nation. That was the hatred of the entire Yanhuang people. Whether it was Chi-Yu or any Yanhuang people, they would never forget that humiliation. The deep-sea nether snake was stunned for a moment and said, Island country? You are talking about the Sun Country. They are actually called the Sun Country. Don't they know that when the sun is shortened to sun, it can be explained as fuck? What you said may make some sense. That island country is probably looking for the sun. It should be renamed to looking for the Re-Country. Chi-Yu listened to the deep-sea nether snake's words and couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He laughed and said, Good looking for the Re-Country. Deep-sea nether snake, just because of your words, I will let you go back to the sea sooner or later. Okay, you can go to sleep now. When I am strong enough, I will send you back to the sea. However, don't do anything. Brother Xie Ji will always monitor you. As long as the Saraira bead is still with me, you have no chance. Moreover, you have sworn not to hurt me. Humph, I will remember. When I regain my freedom, humph. The deep-sea nether snake's voice disappeared, and Chi-Yu's heart was completely relieved. Thank you, Brother Xie. If it wasn't for you, I didn't know that things would develop like this. It seems that Kirin, is really lucky. Xie smiled and said, All right, auspicious Emperor. Go out. Don't let your Zodiac warrior wait. The good luck, he said, was the honorific that the ancient beasts used to greet Kirin. Due to Chi-Yu's calmness in the face of danger and the stimulation of his luck, this was the first time he had sincerely said these words. Slowly opening his eyes, Chi-Yu immediately felt the anxious eyes of Hai Ryue and Su Dong. A smile appeared on his face and said, There is no need to go to Saint Buddha Temple. I have already thought of a way. Hai Ryue asked in surprise, What way do you have? Chi-Yu proudly raised his left hand and said, See, don't forget, Master Zagru gave me the Saraira bead. This treasure is the nemesis of all evil creatures. It can be said that the deep-sea nether snake is unlucky. Originally, the Saraira bead couldn't restrain him. However, he left the sea, and his strength is only 1/10 of his original strength. I have the Saraira bead to protect my body, so I can completely seal him in my body. I have just tested it. Although the deep-sea nether snake's energy is strong, it can't break the seal formed by the Saraira bead. But it can't break the seal formed by the Saraira bead. As long as I don't go to the sea in the future, there is nothing to be afraid of. What he didn't say was that even if he went to the sea again, the deep-sea nether snake would have to violate his oath. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to harm himself. Previously, he made use of the deep-sea nether snake's eagerness to obtain freedom to make the oath. Now, the deep-sea nether snake could no longer harm him, unless Chi-Yu was strong enough to release him. If he wanted to leave Chi-Yu's body, he could only force his way out. That would definitely harm Chiyu's body, or even cause Chiyu's death. Naturally, it would violate the oath that the deep-sea nether snake had sworn with the wrath of heaven. Su Dong said doubtfully, Chiyu, are you really confident? You can't take the risk. Chiyu glanced at the dark night sky and smiled. I am an auspicious sign. Good luck will always accompany me. All right, it's fine now. I'm sorry for making you worry for nothing. Ruyue, go back to the capital. Su Dong and I still have to rush back to Beidei. Now, the only thing he was worried about was Xin Yun and Su Qing. The two girls had seen him using Kirin's ability. He still didn't know what kind of reaction they would have. Moreover, Xin Yun's words before he left had a deeper meaning, causing him to be anxious to find out Xin Yun's identity. The energy in the dragon claw that Hai Ruyue pressed on Qi Yu's shoulder suddenly increased, quickly flowing along his pulse. The enormous dragon power produced by the ascending dragon art instantly formed a circle of clouds in Qi Yu's body. Feeling that the powerful aura from before had indeed been restrained, he immediately relaxed. After all, no one would joke around with their own life, and naturally, Qi Yu wouldn't. When Qi Yu and Su Dong once again returned to Beidei, the distant horizon was gradually suffused with a layer of white. Qi Yu's naked appearance was extremely unsightly, and the two of them snuck back to the hotel like thieves. Fortunately, most of the hotel's night staff were dozing off and didn't notice their appearance. Su Dong escorted Qi Yu all the way back to his room before quietly leaving. Qi Yu took out the door key from under the carpet in front of the door and quietly opened the door. His clothes had long been swallowed by the sea, and as for the problem of clothes, Su Dong had promised to solve it for him. He would send it over early in the morning. Quickly closing the door, Qi Yu leaned against the door and let out a long breath. Although his body's condition wasn't bad, he still felt a sense of exhaustion, and that was completely from his spirit. This night's experience was too thrilling for a beginner like him, who had just started cultivating. He had narrowly escaped death several times, and it was impossible to say that he wasn't afraid. Just as Qi Yu was gasping for breath to calm himself down, suddenly, following a wave of fragrance, a black figure had already forcefully rushed into his embrace before he could react. Qi Yu's heart, that had just calmed down, immediately rose to his throat. His body stiffened at first, but immediately after, the stiffness in his body was dissolved by that warm and supple, delicate body. Under the hazy light outside the window, his heart was filled with a sense of fullness. From the color of her hair, he already knew who the person who had suddenly thrown herself into his embrace was. You're back. You're finally back. I thought. Xin Yun's voice was choked with sobs as she tightly hugged Qi Yu's body, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. Qi Yu, who had always yearned for beauties, suddenly hugged such a fragrant and delicate body, was really not used to it. Big Sister Yun, why did you come to my room? Xin Yun raised her head. Her beautiful face was already covered in tears. Her delicate body was slightly trembling, and her warm body was rubbing against the naked body of Qi Yu. Soon he had a reaction. Xin Yun suddenly felt the scorching heat from her lower body, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Only then did she realize that Qi Yu did not even have a piece of cloth covering his body, and was immediately embarrassed. She quickly struggled out of his embrace and turned around. You, quickly put on some clothes. The space in front of Qi Yu was empty, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He walked into the bathroom and took a large towel to wrap around his lower body. Big Sister Yin, I think we should have a good talk. Shen Yin stole a glance and saw that Qi Yu had already covered the weapon on his lower body. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but then she saw that the white towel had been propped up into a small tent, and her pretty face immediately turned even redder. Qi Yu said somewhat helplessly, I only wore a set of clothes, and they were all washed away by the sea, so I didn't have anything to change into. Su Dong might send me some clothes later. Xin Yun lightly nodded his head. She walked into the room, and Qi Yu hurriedly followed. Xinyan had already changed into a long white dress, which outlined her graceful and delicate figure, making her exceptionally alluring. Her long hair was not combed, but scattered over her shoulders and hung down to her waist. It added a bit of a charming feeling. Thinking back to the two warm and soft lumps that had pressed against his chest, Chiyu suddenly felt like he was in the sea. The heat in his body was like it was about to explode, and the tent below was abnormally high. Shen Yun obediently sat on the sofa in the room, glanced at Chiyu and said, Can you make it go down first?" Chiyu said with a bitter smile, "From head to toe, I'm afraid it's the only disobedient thing in my body. There's no other way who asked me to be young. My firepower is too strong." Shen Yun wiped the tears on her face, looked at Chiyu's somewhat awkward and helpless expression, and could not help but burst into laughter. "You scoundrel! What should I say about you?" Chiyu saw that Shen Yun did not look angry at all. He immediately seized the opportunity and sat down beside her. "Sister Yin, how did you know that I'm Kirin? When we faced the deep-sea nether snake, you obviously knew what it was, and you could tell that we were the Zodiac warriors. I think you need to give me an explanation." Shen Yun gently said, "Thank you, Chiyu. If it wasn't for you today, I'm afraid Qing, and I would have been swallowed by the purple ocean hell. Are you really okay? It seems less than 2 hours have passed." Chiyu was stunned. "Looks like you're really familiar with Kirin." "Don't worry, I'm fine. After the deep-sea nether snake left the sea, its strength was greatly weakened. With the help of the Zodiac warriors, I've sealed it in my body." Although the beauty in front of him was enchanting, he was not stupid enough to casually say that he had the Sarira bead in his body. Shin Yin let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. When you used Kirin to descend, I really thought you were finished. You're still too weak. How could you withstand the backlash of the deep-sea nether snake?" Chiyu looked at Shin Yun's delicate face. He couldn't help but pull her soft hand and said, "It's fine. It's all in the past now. I'm too auspicious. Even the deep-sea nether snake can be touched." His heartbeat sped up when he grabbed her soft hand. Shen Yun didn't struggle. She just let Chiyu hold her, but her face was once again suffused with a layer of rose red. Shen Yun looked at Chiyu. Their eyes met. Looking at the beautiful eyes in front of him, Chiyu's heart was filled with a strange feeling. He couldn't help but reach out and pull Shen Yun into his embrace. He said in a low voice, "Big Sister Yin." Shen Yun hurriedly lowered her head. Although she let Chiyu hug her, she didn't dare to look at him. "Chiyu, I will never forget the debt of saving my life this time. If you really can't bear it, then do it with me." Shen Yun's voice was very soft. When she said the last few words, only the sound of a mosquito could be heard. Ever since Chiyu inherited Kirin's bloodline, his hearing ability had greatly improved. Naturally, he could hear her clearly. However, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by a needle. He scolded himself. "Chiyu, what's wrong with you? Although you're a hooligan, you're not a beast. How can you use kindness to threaten me?" As if he had been enlightened, he, who had been immersed in his desire, immediately woke up. The excitement in his lower body finally subsided. Chiyu let go of Shin Yun's arms and hurriedly sat on the bed that was slightly further away. "I'm sorry, Big Sister Yin. I didn't mean it that way." Shin Yun raised her head to look at Chiyu in surprise. In her imagination, with Chiyu's interest in beautiful women, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Although she was willing, she was still a little nervous in her heart. She raised her head to look at Chiyu. Seeing the color of his face constantly changing, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She said with some disappointment, "I'm sorry, I forgot about you and Ming Ming." "No, Big Sister Yin, it's not what you think. Ming Ming and I are only friends. However, how can I have a relationship with you under such circumstances? I should have saved you." At that time, that deep-sea nether snake clearly sensed the aura emitted from my body, which was why it attacked. I was the one who brought the crisis. so naturally I should be the one to resolve it. Therefore, I don't owe you a life-saving debt. Big Sister Yin, I don't want to offend you like this. Shen Yin looked at Chiyu, and her eyes suddenly became a little more spirited. She smiled and said, "When did a ruffian become a gentleman? This isn't like you." Chiyu pretended to be wronged and said, "I've always been a gentleman. Big Sister Yin, it's time for you to answer the questions in my heart." Shen Yin nodded lightly and said, "I know what you want to know. In a sense, I'm the same as you. Neither of us is an ordinary person. However, I didn't inherit Kirin's bloodline like you and become the king of the new generation of the Zodiac guardian deities. Simply put, I'm a member of an Eastern guardian family." Chiyu said with some surprise, "An Eastern guardian family? Does that mean that you also have a special ability?" Chapter 31. Chiyu said, "So, you are a member of the Shen family in Beijing." Xinyin smiled and nodded. Among the four big families, the strongest is the Zhou family in Guangzhou, followed by the Su family in Jiangsu, and then our Shen family. The weakest is the Luo family in the northwest. Of course, this ranking doesn't mean everything. The four big families have their own forces that they cultivate in secret. Although the four big families have always been fighting openly and secretly, when it comes to the safety of the Yanhuang Republic, the four big families will naturally unite as one to fight against foreign enemies. Qi Yu asked curiously, "Then what kind of abilities do the four big families have?" "I heard that all the guardians of the East have their own special abilities to fight against powerful beasts and foreign enemies. The wisdom of the Zodiac guardian warriors will only be born when there is a huge potential crisis in the East. But the guardians of the East have always existed. Compared to them, you have been guarding the East for a longer time." Shen Yin said, "The abilities of the four big families are different. These abilities are also the secrets of the four big families. I can't say what it is exactly, but I can tell you that each family has more than one ability. And the four big families, without exception, all started with the ancient martial arts of Yanhuang. This is also the reason why their overall strength is strong. And those family members who have awakened their special abilities, as long as their ability is good enough, once their ability is formed, they will become the core members of the family and the real guardians of the East. The current head of the Shin family is my grandfather. Grandfather has always been very interested in the Zodiac guardian warriors. He has looked for a lot of information to study your abilities and your origins. That's why I know that as Kirin, you have the destiny god's descent." Qi Yu said, "So that's how it is. Then what is your ability? Can you tell me?" After listening to Xinyan's words, he understood that in a few months he and the Zodiac guardian warriors would probably be facing the guardians of the East, led by the four big families. He was still very curious about the abilities of these guardians of the East. Xinyan smiled slightly and said, "My ability is Psionic Storm." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light, and Chiyu felt his mind go into a trance. Everything in front of him suddenly became blurry, and he was no longer in the room, but in another world. Blue sky, white clouds, green grass. Everything around him was full of vitality, and his body had become a bird, soaring in the blue sky. The phenomenon only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal, but it was enough to shock Chiyu. Looking at the smiling Xinyin, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Sister Yin, how did you do it?" Although he had yet to fully understand the true abilities of the psionic storm, he understood that it was a kind of mental attack. Xinyin said, "Soul Tempest is a very special ability. My current cultivation is still not high, but once I reach a certain level, I will be able to use it. I can control people's minds and make them listen to my commands. It could also make people happy or destroy them spiritually. If it wasn't for the fact that the deep sea nether snake today was too powerful and had 9 heads, I might have been able to help you a little." Qi Yu said sincerely, "What a strange ability. Although it's not a real attack, if you practice it well, wouldn't you be invincible in the world?" Shan Yun chuckled and said, it's not as powerful as you think. Although my psionic storm can release powerful mental power in an instant, the effect depends on the opponent's ability. If the opponent's will is strong enough, if the opponent's mental power is very stable, then the effect of the psionic storm will be much weaker. If the opponent's mental power is stronger than mine, then I will be counterattacked by the psionic storm. After listening to Shen Yun's explanation, Qi Yu could not help but think of the word balance. That's right. Every powerful force in this world was balanced. No matter how strong it was, there would always be a way to restrain it. Ah, right. How is Qing? Is she okay? Don't tell me she's also the Eastern Guardian. Qi Yu suddenly thought of Su Qing, who had fainted from fright, and hurriedly asked. Xin Yun smiled and said, Don't worry, Qing is fine. She's sleeping in our room. Don't forget, my ability is Psionic Storm. Qing is just an ordinary person. Although my Psionic Storm ability is not very strong, it can still erase her memory for a short period of time. I helped her rebuild her memory of that moment. You just need to remember that we went back to the hotel to rest after swimming. Don't say that there will be no problem if it's exposed. Qi Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, I see. That's good. Your psionic storm is really amazing. When he thought of the ambiguous moment when they were swimming, Qi Yu could not help but look at Shen Yun's firm chest again. He gulped, and his lower body naturally reacted. Shen Yun blushed and said, It's almost dawn. I have to go back. As she said that, she seemed to be a little flustered as she stood up. Qi Yu hurriedly stood up. Because the sofa and the bed were very close to the ground, the two of them stood up at the same time and were only about a foot away from each other. Shen Yun's fragrant and delicate body exuded an alluring aura. Qi Yu suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. Perhaps it was because the weapon kept touching, but the towel actually fell at this moment. Ah, I'm sorry. Qi Yu hurriedly lowered his head to grab the towel, but because they were too close, his head touched Shen Yun's body. The place he touched was the two firm and full breasts. The soft and bouncy feeling immediately made Qi Yu's mind go blank. Shen Yun groaned and took half a step back. Her leg tripped on the sofa, and her body fell backwards. Be careful! Qi Yu hurriedly hugged Shen Yun's delicate body and pulled her back. In his panic, he used too much force, and Shen Yun's delicate body suddenly collided with his body. As he lost his center of gravity, Shen Yun cried out in alarm, and the two of them immediately fell towards the bed. Before Qi Yu could wrap the towel around his body, he was suddenly pressed down by Shen Yun's full and delicate body. The fire in his body suddenly ignited. One of his hands subconsciously hugged Shen Yun's perky buttocks. Shen Yun's rosy lips just happened to touch his scorching hot lips. Perhaps Shen Yun was not dry wood, but Qi Yu was definitely a raging fire. Even wet wood would probably be ignited by him. The moment he came into contact with Shen Yun's lips, his body seemed to explode with a roar. The scorching qi crazily surged towards his lower body while trembling violently. His lower body seemed to be about to explode. It was frighteningly hot. Under the intense stimulation of lust, Qi Yu's consciousness immediately became blurry. He ignored everything else and deeply kissed Shen Yun. With a flip of his body, he pressed her down. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to release the surging lust in his body. Just at this moment, a clear ringing sound rang out. Qi Yu and Shen Yun's bodies trembled at the same time, and their lost clarity of mind recovered a little. Qi Yu's originally somewhat crazy movements stopped for a moment. Another ringing sound rang out. Qi Yu was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that it was the doorbell. The intense stimulation below his body immediately decreased a little. He took a deep breath and struggled to get up from Shen Yun's body. "Who is it?" When he asked these two words, Qi Yu was also shocked. He discovered that his voice had actually become low and hoarse. "Qi Yu, are you all right?" Su Dong's voice came from outside the door. There was a hint of concern in that soft voice. Qi Yu glanced at the tender and beautiful Shen Yun beside him. Shen Yun's breathing was still very rapid. This time, not only her beautiful face, even her exposed arms were emitting a layer of enchanting rose red. His eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable panic. He hurriedly tidied up his clothes and stood up from the bed. Qi Yu grabbed the towel that had fallen to the ground and wrapped it around his waist. He opened the door to his room and saw Su Dong standing in front of the door with a set of clothes looking at him. When he saw him open the door, his eyes could not help but reveal a look of inquiry. Qi Yu somewhat awkwardly took the clothes and said, "Many thanks." Su Dong smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" "All right, I'll go back first. I didn't sleep for the whole night. I should go and make up for it." After saying that, he looked at Qi Yu with a deep meaning in his eyes. With a trace of a strange smile on his face, he turned around and left. Of course, Qi Yu knew what he was smiling about. From the thundercloud force that Su Dong used to help him straighten out his meridians, although his strength was not comparable to Ryue's, it was not that far off. But it wasn't that far off. It should be around the level of 5 clouds. If not for the fact that the deep-sea nether snake was too strong, with his strength, ordinary fierce beasts would not be a match for him at all. Thus, his hearing was naturally very good. Ordinary people could not hear the sound in the room. But how could he not hear it? In that instant, when he climbed up to the peak of Shen Yun's chest, the moan that Shen Yun let out was extremely tempting. It had probably already entered the ears of this perverted tiger. Qi Yu closed the door again. Shen Yun, who had followed him to the door, patted his towering chest and let out a long breath. He stuck out his tongue and said, "Scared me to death. If other people saw me like this, Qi Yu said awkwardly. "Big Sister Yun, I this?" Shen Yun patted Qi Yu's head like he was comforting a child and said, "All right, I need to go back quickly. I don't want to be discovered by others. You are so young. Men are naturally a little impulsive. I won't blame you." As she said that, her charming face revealed a trace of a shy smile, and she left the room. Qi Yu watched Shen Yun's figure disappear at the end of the corridor before returning to the room. He did not feel any guilt because he had violated Shen Yun earlier. Instead, he felt that he had become very strange. As a man, it was naturally normal to have some sexual impulses. Especially since he was a virgin, he was naturally more sensitive. However, from last night's night trip to what had just happened, he realized that his body had become somewhat abnormal. It was not that he had never had sexual impulses before, but it was definitely not as strong as it was now. Even he did not know why it had become like this. Once the flames of desire in his body were aroused, it would be very difficult to control. If not for Su Dong's sudden appearance, he might have already taken Shen Yun's body. The scorching feeling in his body still had some lingering effects. Qi Yu frowned and walked back to the bed to sit down. He lowered his head to look at his high-spirited little brother and could not help but smile bitterly. If this goes on, I'm afraid I will become a rapist. Fortunately, Big Sister Yun is magnanimous and did not blame me. Helplessly shaking his head, he sat down cross-legged. There was still some time before daybreak. Everything that had happened last night had made his desire for strength even stronger. He deeply understood that his current thundercloud force was still too far away, but luck could not help him solve everything. Only strength was the hard truth. Qi Yu knew that ever since he had gone to Tibet, his fate had changed. He was no longer a useless little ruffian. Kirin's bloodline had brought him powerful abilities, but at the same time, it had also brought many changes to his life. In order to make these abilities only bring him good effects and not death, he could only become a true expert as soon as possible. Without thinking any further, the exhaustion of his body and mind quickly caused him to enter the realm of cultivation. The thundercloud force that had been recovered by Hai Ryue and Su Dong slowly began to circulate. The 4-colored thundercloud force floated and moved along his meridians. Just as Qi Yu began to cultivate, Shen Yun had already returned to her and Su Qing's room. Closing the door, her originally gentle gaze suddenly changed. With a faint cold light, she glanced at Su Qing, who was sleeping on the bed, as if she was thinking about something. After a long while, Shen Yun gently shook her head and said to herself, "Since he has already appeared, then everything must proceed according to plan. Chiyu, your will is more resolute than I imagined." At this point, the temperature around Shen Yun's body suddenly dropped by a lot. Her originally black eyes actually turned a deep blue. Her body floated up and slowly landed on the bed. She put on her clothes and lay down. As the time of cultivation continued to extend, Chiyu increasingly felt that cultivation was a very wonderful thing, especially the comfortable feeling that his entire body felt after cultivation. It was something that could not be replaced by anything. The purple, blue, red, and cyan thundercloud force slowly circulated around his body. When the four-colored thundercloud force circulated to the seventh cycle, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The originally balanced, four-colored thundercloud force had some changes. The blue thundercloud force was clearly stronger than the other three colors, and when the blue thundercloud force circulated, its volume in the meridians was also clearly much larger. Just as his seventh cycle was completed, Chiyu's body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented feeling instantly filled his body. At this moment, the purple, red, and cyan thundercloud force unexpectedly disappeared at the same time. In his mind, only the blue thundercloud force existed. A cool feeling spread from his dantian to every pore of his body. It was as if a layer of water vapor was emitted from every pore. The cool feeling suddenly increased, and the surging water thundercloud force rapidly circulated at a speed that the naked eye could not see. If measured by time, perhaps it was only around 3 breaths. Although Chiyu could not see the circulation of the thundercloud force, the number 49 clearly appeared in his mind. In such a short period of time, it had instantly circulated 49 cycles. This was almost unimaginable to him. When the last cycle was completed, the blue light first slightly dimmed. Then, the suddenly strengthened thundercloud force filled every corner of his meridians, and the feeling of water became exceptionally strong. If someone could see Chiyu at this moment, they would definitely be surprised to find that his body was currently emitting a layer of blue gem-like light. The black and silver kirin on his body appeared again, and the blue light was slightly rippling like water. Chiyu's skin seemed to be covered by a layer of water curtain, which looked very strange. Boom! The meridians in his body suddenly exploded, and Chiyu's 6 senses disappeared at the same time. He clearly felt that he seemed to have entered a world of nothingness, and everything that he originally knew had completely disappeared. Whether it was his meridians or the thundercloud force, everything seemed to have been transformed into nothingness. Chiyu wanted to scream in horror, but he could not make a sound at all. The nothingness swallowed everything, and the disappearance of his 6 senses suddenly increased the fear in his heart. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. After an unknown amount of time of blankness, his consciousness was restored again. This time, Chiyu suddenly discovered the changes in his body. It was still the purple, blue, red, and cyan thundercloud force, but the blue thundercloud force had undergone fundamental changes. The original blue airflow had become a lot more solid than before, and the color had also become a little deeper. The volume was obviously twice the size of the other 3 types of thundercloud force, but the speed of operation was faster than the other 3 types of thundercloud force. What was going on? Could it be that his water thundercloud force had been improved? Whenever there was a doubt in his cultivation, the first thing that Chiyu thought of was Xiaji. His mind moved, and he immediately sent a message to Xiaji. Xiaji always remained asleep in Chiyu's body, unless Chiyu suddenly encountered a huge crisis or his body was severely injured. Only then would it be affected by the chaotic breath of his body and wake up. The other way to awaken the Xiaji was to summon Chiyu. "What's wrong, Chiyu?" Xie Ji was awakened from a deep sleep and immediately asked. However, his doubts were quickly answered by his own feeling. Ah, great! Congratulations to you, Chiyu. Your water thundercloud force has actually made a breakthrough. Finally, you have reached the strength of the first cloud. Chiyu listened to Xie Ji's words and was immediately overjoyed. What? You mean I now have the strength of the Qian force? Xie Ji laughed and said, I really didn't expect it to be so fast. In a sense, you have indeed reached the strength of the Qian force. But it is not the complete Qian force. To really reach the Qian force, you need to cultivate all the energy in the temple to the Qian force. Now you have only completed a quarter of it, but this is enough to surprise me. Although Kirin's cultivation speed is far faster than other mythological beasts and ominous beasts, you have only cultivated for more than 2 weeks. It's really hard to believe. Qi Yu's heart moved. His mind flashed. I understand this should be the credit of the Kirin bead. It seems that the sea is a great help to my cultivation. Last night, when I went swimming in the sea with them, I found that the Kirin bead had completely turned blue, and my water thundercloud force operated much faster than usual. It seems that this is because the sea is rich in water molecules, which enabled me to make a breakthrough. Xie Ji smiled and said, Yes, you are right. The Kirin bead can release different auxiliary forces to help you cultivate according to the different environment. The sea is obviously the best place to cultivate the water thundercloud force. However, even in the sea, with the help of the Kirin bead, it is impossible for you to cultivate the water thundercloud force to the Qian force in such a short time. You also have to thank Senior Nether Snake. He is the leader of the water attribute ominous beasts. When you accept him as a messenger, you will naturally be affected by his aura. The speed of water molecule condensation greatly increased when you accepted him into your body to dissolve the purple ocean hell. This is the most important reason for you to break through to the Qian force. Chiyu nodded and said thoughtfully, since the Kirin bead has such a magical effect, if I am in a different environment, I can naturally cultivate better. Brother Xie Ji, under what natural conditions can I cultivate the other 3 attributes more easily? Xie Ji replied without hesitation, this is very simple. The best place to cultivate the fire thundercloud force is naturally magma. The high heat of magma can make the fire molecules highly concentrated. As for the thunder attribute energy, the best way is to bathe in lightning. As long as the lightning strikes you, your thunder attribute thundercloud force will be greatly improved. As for the wind attribute thundercloud force, I think there is no better place than a tornado. At that time, the wind molecules produced are the strongest in the world. After listening to Xie Ji's words, Chiyu could not help but be speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, I'd better cultivate step by step. My God, magma, tornado, lightning, any one of them can kill me. At least, I will lose half of my life. I don't want to take this risk. Xie Ji said, cultivating step by step is naturally the best way. I am just providing you with a few possibilities. The situations I mentioned are the places where the energy molecules of each attribute are the most concentrated. Although they are not as gentle as the sea, the degree of concentration of the molecules is indeed comparable to the sea. Of course, I am not asking you to try. In fact, it is not difficult to find a good place to cultivate the various attributes of thundercloud force. Simply put, the hotter the environment, the more active the fire molecules are. Where the wind is stronger, the wind energy molecules will naturally be more concentrated. In the weather of thunder and lightning, the thunder attribute energy molecules will naturally be easier to absorb. These have to be explored by yourself, and it is only an aid. You always have to remember one thing. If you want to improve your strength, it is not enough to cultivate the ability of one attribute. Although Kirin has the greatest development potential among the 4 clouds, at the same time, it also has the greatest restrictions. Every cloud must be fully improved before it can develop to the 2nd cloud. In the future, The cultivation of every cloud will be like this. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, I have heard this from Master Zagru before. It seems that I have to work hard to cultivate the other 3 thundercloud force. Xie Ji smiled and said, take your time. Cultivation cannot be rushed. You can make an attribute breakthrough in such a short time, which has greatly exceeded my expectations. You have to know that if it was an ordinary Zodiac guardian, if it encountered a situation like yours, it would directly have the strength of Chuyun. It's only been 2 weeks. If I'm not wrong, it's only been 2 weeks. If my guess is correct, you should have set a record for the fastest cultivation speed of the Zodiac guardian. When Xie Ji fell asleep again, Chiyu did not continue to cultivate because he found that the sun outside the window was already shining on his buttocks. There was a constant noise coming from the corridor outside. Obviously, the students on the spring outing had begun a new day of activities. Because of the influence of the deep-sea nether snake and the special changes in his body, Chiyu had lost interest in the spring outing. He went out for a simple exercise, but he did not go to the beach again, although the deep-sea nether snake had sworn. However, Chi-Yu was currently extremely careful, afraid that he would be killed if he made a mistake. Soon he saw Su Qing again. Just as Xinyan said, Su Qing had forgotten everything that happened that night. She was still so lively and cheerful, no different from before. But Shen Yin seemed to be deliberately avoiding Chi-Yu, even when he saw him with Su Yan. She also lowered her head and did not say anything, but her face revealed a shy expression. Even Su Qing, who had a straightforward personality, could see some changes. Su Qing's expression towards Chi-Yu suddenly became cold, and she gave him a lot of eye rolls. After lunch, the teachers of Qingbei University gathered all the students. After counting the number of students, the short 2-day spring outing was over. Tens of thousands of students would return to Qingbei University to continue their studies. Day by day, life became a lot calmer. There were no more waves. Chi-Yu repeated almost the same days. He woke up in the morning and ate Xinyan's breakfast. If there was a class, he would go to class. If there was no class, he would directly return to his room to continue cultivating. At noon, he ate Xinyan's food again. In the afternoon, he would occasionally go out for exercise, but most of the time was still spent on cultivation. At night, he still ate Xinyan's food, and then immediately returned to his room. Of the 24 hours in a day, he had at least 16 hours to cultivate, and this was still under the condition that he had classes. Xin Yin purposely hid from Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu also purposely hid from her. Ever since that day, he vaguely knew that Xin Yin had the heart to repay him with her body. For some reason, Chi-Yu always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Judging from the situation when he kissed Xin Yin that day, she was not a simple woman of the same sex. Her sexual orientation should be two-way. At the very least, when he was intimate with her, her body also had a very strong reaction. If it was in the past, Chi would have already found an opportunity to provoke Xin Yin. But after experiencing the matter of the deep-sea nether snake, he had matured a lot. Although he still desired the opposite sex, he did not dare to really have anything happen with Xin Yin. In his subconscious, he was afraid of 2 words, and that was responsibility. Chi-Yu was a person who liked freedom. His heart was always floating. Although Shen Yun gave him the feeling of being at home, he did not really want to have a stable girlfriend. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. In the depths of Chi-Yu's heart, although Kirin's bloodline was noble, he knew that his own ability was still too weak. With this kind of him, even if it was Kirin, could he be worthy of Xin Yin? Because of his own reasons, there were more or less some sequelae from being intimate with Xin Yin, which made Chi-Yu's cultivation even more diligent. The habits of a ruffian seemed to have been completely restrained. The dormitory door opened, followed by a bang. Chi-Yu ate the instant noodles that he had just cooked, while watching Su Qing walk in from the outside with a gloomy face. "Qing, you're back. Do you still have classes in the afternoon?" Chi-Yu asked with a smile. Today, Shen Yun's physics and thermal department had organized a visit to a large company related to physics and thermal technology. Without a super chef overseeing things, Qiyu could only eat some instant noodles to solve his stomach problem. Su Qing threw her bag on the sofa and snatched the noodles from Qiyu's hands. She said with slight annoyance, "All right, stop eating. I have something to say to you." Qiyu was stunned and said, "What's the matter? Just say it. There seems to be something wrong with you these days, Miss Qing. Even if I touched something that I shouldn't have touched in the sea that day, you don't have to wear a long face all day." As he spoke, he also glanced at Su Qing's chest with a smirk. Su Qing stared at him coldly. "Who's blaming you for that day?" "Qiyu. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Today, Sister Yun isn't here, so I'm going to ask you what's going on." Qiyu said in surprise, "What do you mean, what's going on? I don't know what you're talking about." Su Qing snorted and said, "Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking about you and Sister Yin. What did you do to Sister Yin?" If I'm not wrong, something must have happened on the night of the swim. I only remember going back to sleep that day, but in a blur, it doesn't seem that simple. Did you do something bad to Sister Yin?" Qiyu was shocked, but after listening to Su Qing's words, his heartbeat calmed down a little. "I'm innocent, Master. What could I do to Sister Yin? I eat Sister Yin's food every day, and I'm very grateful to her. Do you think I'm the kind of person to do bad things?" Su Qing clearly didn't want to give Qiyu any face, and said without hesitation, "Of course you are. You're the most likely person to do bad things I've ever seen. You're shifty-eyed, and you only know how to look at things that you shouldn't." Qiyu was speechless and looked at Su Qing helplessly. Su Qing took a few steps forward and stood in front of Qiyu, saying, "Tell me the truth. What happened between you and Sister Yin? Don't think I can't tell. Ever since you came back from Beidei, the way Sister Yin looks at you has changed, and she's always in a trance. Only when she hears your name and when you're cooking will she become normal. Even what?" Qiyu asked curiously. Su Qing blushed. "Nothing. In any case, I think there's something wrong between the two of you. Tell me the truth." Chapter 32. You scoundrel. Su Qing grabbed the ashtray that Qiyu bought on the table and raised it up high. "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'm going to use violence." How could Qiyu not understand why Su Qing was like this? She and Shen Yin could be said to be a same-sex couple. Shen Yin's mood had been very unstable recently because of his relationship. Of course, she could sense it. As a result, the first person she thought of was him. "Qing I really don't know what you want me to say. There's nothing going on between me and Sister Yin. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Yin." Qiyu looked at Su Qing helplessly. He knew that although Su Qing had a short temper, she wouldn't really make a move on him. Moreover, she was a girl. Even if she made a move, what could she do? Su Qing slammed the ashtray in her hand on the table. The expression on her face suddenly changed. Her pretty face that was originally red from anger and agitation suddenly turned white. "Qiyu." She lowered her head and looked at Qiyu's eyes. Her voice became much softer. Seeing Su Qing like this, Qiyu was shocked. "Don't, my big miss. Don't be like this. Why do I feel like you're not normal?" He was already used to the cheerful Su Qing. She suddenly became gentle. Qiyu suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. "Qiyu, I want to discuss something with you," Su Qing said in a pleading tone. Qiyu said, "Go ahead. But can you not use this tone? I feel awkward." Su Qing looked at him with a complicated expression. "Can you move out of here and apply to the school for a change of dormitory?" Qing, are you sure?" Qiyu stared at her, dumbfounded. Su Qing said, "I'm not joking. I really want you to move out of here. I don't want to see anything happen between you and Sister Yin." She finally said what was in her heart. Qiyu's expression changed. "Qing you have to understand that this is a dormitory. I don't think I've caused you any trouble since I moved in. Why do you want to move out? Su Qing glared at him and said, You've already brought me trouble. I'm begging you, just move out. Okay. No, there is something else to discuss with her. Absolutely not. Qi Yu flatly rejected Su Qing's unreasonable request. He vaguely understood that Su Qing said this because she was afraid that he would snatch Qinyun away. However, the main reason why he lived here was because of Ming Ming. Ever since he had seen the strength of the fierce beasts, he understood. Before he became stronger, he indeed needed protection. At the same time, he felt somewhat indignant. Regardless of whether it was Qingwu or Qinyun, he had a good impression of both of them. He never expected that Su Qing would actually chase him away. Qi Yu was a stubborn person. He didn't listen to Su Qing anymore. After rejecting her, he immediately got up and walked to his room. Before Qi Yu closed the door, he vaguely heard Su Qing say hatefully, You will regret this. I will make you move out. In the face of love, there were times when people would become blind and unreasonable. It was the same for same-sex love, facing a rival in love. Su Qing's heart could no longer remain calm. Qi Yu didn't pay attention to her. He closed the door and directly sat on the bed to begin his afternoon training. The tour ended, just as he returned to Qingbei University. Qinyun somewhat impatiently walked back to the dormitory. She didn't cook for them at noon. She didn't know what they ate. Ever since she returned from Bei Daiha, the scene of Qi Yu appearing as Kirin always lingered in her mind. Especially the intimate contact later on. It left an extremely deep impression in Qinyun's heart. Although she was avoiding Qi Yu, she couldn't help but admit that Qi Yu's figure was becoming more and more profound in her heart. It was even comparable to Qing Er's position in her heart. Could it be that I really fell in love with that ruffian? Qinyun's heart became even more chaotic. If that was really the case, then how was she going to face Qing Er? Unknowingly, she had already walked to the dormitory. Just as she was about to enter the building, a mournful scream suddenly rang out from the dormitory. Help! Qinyun's heart immediately skipped a beat. Possessing the psionic storm ability, she immediately recognized this voice as Qing Er's. Without any hesitation, she immediately sped up and rushed into the dormitory. Qinyun wasn't the only one who heard this scream. At this time, most of the students at Qingbei University had already finished their classes. The dormitory had also become a lot more lively. The sudden scream immediately attracted the attention of many students. A few enthusiastic students didn't hesitate to run towards the source of the sound. Qinyun rushed to the dormitory's door as fast as she could. There were at least 10 students who rushed over with her. Most of them were men, and some of them were even holding weapons like mop cloths. The dormitory's door was open. When Qinyun rushed in, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. Su Qing fell to the floor of the hall. She only had underwear and a bra on her body. Her alluring body was completely exposed. Her torn clothes were everywhere in the hall. Su Qing's originally charming face was filled with fear. Her hands were wrapped around her chest, and her delicate body was curled up and trembling slightly. Qi Yu stood beside Su Qing and looked at her with a lifeless gaze. Big Sister Yin, save me. He wants to rape me. When Su Qing saw Qinyun, she immediately crawled up from the floor and rushed to her side as if she had seen a relative. Her delicate body trembled even more violently. It was obvious that she was already extremely afraid. The male students who came to the dormitory with Qinyun angrily rushed in and surrounded Qi Yu. Although most of them stole a few glances at Su Qing, the anger on their faces was very real. Beautiful women had always been the darling of all the male students in the university. How could they not be angry when something like rape actually happened? Qinyun took off her jacket and covered the frightened Su Qing's body. She softly said, Qing Er, it's all right. As she said that, her gaze once again fell on Qi Yu. The light in her eyes suddenly became a lot colder. Chiyu, I need an explanation. At this time, Chiyu woke up from his daze. He deeply looked at Su Qing. Su Qing lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Big Sister Yin, do you still need an explanation? I think you all already determined that I did something. Chun Yun's complexion became pale. Her eyes that were filled with disappointment carried an intense sorrow. Why? Why did you do this? Chiyu, could it be that you are really a hoodlum? Could it be that I really misjudged you? Send him to the Academic Affairs Office to be dealt with. Our Qing Bei cannot have such a disgrace. A bespectacled male at the side shouted angrily. His words immediately resonated with the other students. For a moment, all the spearheads were pointed at Chiyu. Chiyu looked at Qin Yun, as if he didn't hear the words of these students. His voice was a little low, and even a little hoarse. Big Sister Yin, do you believe that I would do this? Chan Yun was slightly stunned. She looked at Su Qing with a complicated gaze, then looked at Chiyu. Of course. She didn't want to believe that all of this was true, but the truth was placed in front of her eyes. How could she not believe it? Chiyu obtained the answer from Qin Yun's eyes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an ice-cold light. A few male students had already approached Chiyu. They reached out their hands to grab his arm. Scram! Chiyu glared. His entire body emitted a sharp aura. The few male students who wanted to grab him immediately stopped breathing. They subconsciously took a few steps back. I will leave by myself. I will go to the Academic Affairs Office. As he spoke, he took large strides towards the door. When he passed by Qin Yun and Su Qing, he paused for a moment. His gaze flashed across Su Qing's pale face. I will remember everything that happened today. After saying that, he raised his head. Without hesitation, he walked out of the female dormitory that he had lived in for a month. Chiyu knew that from the moment he stepped out of the dormitory, he would never be able to return to this place again. The male students all followed Zhang Yu out. They didn't believe that a rapist would apologize by himself. One by one, they followed beside Chiyu, escorting him to the Academic Affairs Office. Big Sister Yin, I'm so scared. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Qing threw herself into Qin Yun's arms and sobbed. Qin Yun hugged Su Qing and softly comforted her. Qing, take it easy. Everything is over. Big Sister Yin will protect you. Su Qing's arms around Qin Yun tightened. Big Sister Yin, promise me. Don't leave me. Never, okay? Qin Yun's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, Qing, look into my eyes. Su Qing subconsciously raised her head. Because of crying, her eyes were already somewhat red and swollen. When she saw Qin Yun's clear eyes, she couldn't help but lower her head, not daring to look at him. Qin Yun softly said, Qing, do you know what Chiyu's underground scene is like? Su Qing blankly shook her head. Qin Yun said, Qingbei University is one of the famous universities in our Yanhuang Republic. With such a scandal, the school will definitely pay attention to it. With so many people testifying, the best outcome would be for Qingbei University to expel him from the school. If the school is a bit stricter, they can even send him to the public security office and punish him. If that's the case, Chiyu's life will be ruined. Su Qing raised her head in shock. How could it be so serious? Qin Yun indifferently said, This is inevitable. Rape is a serious crime. Qing, I want to hear what you have to say. Did Chiyu really want to rape you? Although his usual hooligan habits are very heavy, through the results, you and I both understand that he at most has a flowery mouth. His mouth is a bit bad, and his eyes look at us. But we've lived together for a month. When did he really have any improper actions? Sister Yin, looking at Su Qing's flustered gaze. Qin Yun had already gotten his answer. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Qing, how could you do this? You've disappointed me too much. After saying that, He turned around and walked towards the door. Su Qing pulled Chinyan back and mournfully said, "Sister Yin, I just don't want him to snatch you away." "Sister Yin, I can't be without you. I can see that you already have a good impression of that hooligan. I don't want—" Chen Yun's voice became a bit colder. "Qing, I know you treat me well. We've always had that kind of relationship. But what you're doing isn't good for me. Instead, it's pushing me further away from you. Don't you understand?" Su Qing's delicate body trembled as she said, "Then what should I do now for you to forgive me?" "Sister Yin, I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that you don't want Qing anymore. How about I go with you to the Academic Affairs office and explain things clearly?" At noon, after Qiyu rejected her request, Su Qing's heart was like a ball of fire. Under the situation of jealousy, she immediately thought of a way to achieve her goal. The clothes that were torn were prepared by her in advance. When Chen Yun walked downstairs, Su Qing had been watching from the window. Seeing that Chen Yun was about to enter the building, she immediately put on a good show. This was the scene that Chen Yun saw afterwards. Hearing her exclamation, Chen Yun quickly returned to the dormitory. When Qiyu heard her voice, he naturally ran out of his room to see what had happened. Everything was within Su Qing's calculations. However, when she saw that Qiyu had resolutely left the dormitory, she didn't know why, but her heart didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a constant twitching pain. Seeing Su Qing's flustered appearance, Chen Yun's heart couldn't help but softly shake his head and say, "No, you can't go. If you go and explain, maybe Qiyu will be fine. But if you use this method to frame a classmate, the school won't forgive you. Perhaps this is Qiyu's fate. You don't need to explain. I'll go talk to Qiyu. Right now, I just hope that he doesn't receive any criminal punishment. If he's really taken away by the police, then you have to come out and clarify things." Walking out of the Academic Affairs office, for some reason, Qiyu's heart felt a little relaxed. It's over. It's over. It's only been a month of his anticipated university life, but it's ended in such a way. Although he thought that Su Qing would think of a way to force him to stay away from Chinyan, he didn't think that it would come so quickly and in such an extreme manner. Because Qiyu was introduced by Hai Ruiyue, who contributed a lot to Qingbei University. Therefore, after a difficult discussion, the Academic Affairs Office decided not to call the police. But there were so many students present as witnesses. No matter what, the school had to give an explanation. After weighing the pros and cons, expulsion was clearly the best choice. He was ordered to return to Suhi to pack his things and leave Qingbei University. Cancel his student status. Return to pack his things? No, he didn't have anything to pack. All of his money had been saved in his bank card a few days ago. As for those few pieces of clothing, it didn't matter. Since he was expelled, the book that Qingbei University gave him was naturally useless. He really didn't want to face Su Qing and Chen Yun. If the one who framed him today was a man, perhaps Qiyu would use the most intense method to take revenge. Offending a hoodlum was definitely not something that could be easily dealt with. But Su Qing was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Qiyu had always thought that men who hit women were the most tasteless. He naturally disdained to do such a thing. The only thing that he couldn't bear to part with was the feeling of home. After all, the dormitory was not his home. Walking on the road, Qiyu couldn't help but be at a loss. He didn't know where he should go. The basement that he lived in had already expired. Naturally, he couldn't go back. He also didn't want to go back to that place. Go back to Longyu Courtyard? No, he couldn't go back there. Hai Ruiyue might have already received the news of his attempted rape. She might even give him a cold face. Who would believe him? In their eyes, he was more of a good-for-nothing hoodlum. Without Kirin's bloodline, they probably wouldn't even look at him. Thinking of this, Qiyu couldn't help but laugh at himself. Qiyu! A voice awakened Qiyu from his thoughts. He raised his head in surprise and looked towards the direction of the voice. Wenwei was like the first time she saw Qiyu. She was holding a few books in her arms and walked towards him. "Hello, teacher," Winnie said. What happened before made Chi-Yu no longer have the mood to appreciate the beauty. The place where Wen-wei taught was very close to where Chi-Yu taught. They could often see each other. She was also one of Chi-Yu's main targets of appreciation. Every time they met, they would greet each other. They were more or less familiar with each other. "Chi-Yu, where are you going? You don't look too good. Did you get into trouble again?" Wen-wei looked at him curiously. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. "Let's not talk about it. I still have things to do. You will know soon. Teacher Wen, I hope we will have the chance to meet again." Finished speaking, Chi-Yu took large strides towards the outside of Qingbei University. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to leave this university as soon as possible. Wen-wei looked at Chi-Yu's back and couldn't help but frown. She muttered, "What's wrong with him?" Walking out of Qingbei, Chi-Yu took out his phone from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment before dialing a number. "Hello, who is it?" A loud and clear voice came from the other side of the phone. "Wicked, it's me." "Teacher, why did you think to call me? Is something the matter?" "And it's nothing. I was expelled from Qingbei University. If you have time, chat with me for a bit." "What? You were expelled? It can't be." "Sherbo, what happened?" Jida hurriedly asked in surprise. "Enough. Don't ask. I don't want to say. Wicked, I only ask you one thing. Do you trust me?" "I didn't do anything wrong." Jida said without hesitation, "Of course I trust you." "Teacher, do you still remember the scene when you broke the wall with one punch?" At that time, the righteous aura that was emitted from your body had already proved your character. Chi-Yu's heart warmed. He secretly sighed. In this world, there are still people who believe in me. "Teacher, where are you now?" "I'll go find you." Chi-Yu turned around and looked at Qingbei University behind him. He said, "I'm at the entrance of Qingbei University. How about this? I'll keep walking south. Come and pick me up. I want to drink some wine now." "All right, then wait for me." After hanging up, Chi-Yu's mood immediately relaxed. He didn't expect that there would be a friend who trusted him when Vol wasn't here. Just at this time, Chi-Yu's phone rang. He lowered his head and looked at the number. It was Shen Yun. Chi-Yu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still pressed the button to hang up. He didn't want to listen to any criticism right now. Shen Yun stood at the entrance of the administration office. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Chi-Yu, Chi-Yu, why didn't you pick up my call?" When she rushed over, Chi-Yu had already left. Qingbei University was so big, she could only call Chi-Yu first. Her heart slightly moved. Since he was expelled, would he go back to pack his things? Thinking of this, Shen Yun didn't call again. She hurriedly ran towards the dormitory. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. Looking at the number on it, Chi-Yu couldn't help but frown. The call was from Hai Ruyue. Just by looking at this number, Chi-Yu could imagine her roaring voice. This time, he hung up even faster. Just as Hai Ruyue's call was hung up, Su Dong's call came. Chi-Yu raised the phone in his hand angrily. However, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't throw it down. After all, this phone was given to him by his best brother, Vol. He sighed and turned off the phone. Walking aimlessly on the street, Chi-Yu suddenly felt very disappointed. He originally thought that he already had a few friends. However, because of today's matter, they were no longer friends. Perhaps it was a mistake for him to become the king of life, Ken Guardian Gods. As he smoked one cigarette after another, he suddenly felt that there was no point in cultivating hard these past few days. He didn't walk alone for long. A car horn suddenly sounded, scaring Chi-Yu. When he turned around, he saw Jida, who had a mountain-like figure, had already jumped down from his off-road vehicle. "Master!" Jida called out to Chi-Yu. He was already in front of him. Chi-Yu glanced at him as a trace of a smile appeared on his face. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens as he said, Since you can come, I will treat you as a good brother. Don't ask anything. Come, let us brothers drink. Jida only said one word, okay. They didn't drive. Instead, they walked along the street. Chi Yu's originally bleak figure seemed to be filled with vitality again. The next day, when Chi Yu woke up from his sleep, he felt a splitting headache. He couldn't remember what happened last night. He only vaguely remembered that he and Jida found a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and drank to their heart's content. Chi Yu also didn't know how much he drank. He didn't know if he was happy or in pain when he drank. He only remembered that he drank until he passed out. Shaking his head hard, Chi Yu's consciousness became a little clearer. With a turn of his mind, the water thundercloud force in his body flowed along his meridians. The cool air flowed upward, and he immediately felt a little better. Chi Yu found himself in Jida's car, and Jida was driving. Jida was driving on the road. He didn't know where they were going. Jida, where are we going? You didn't seem to drink any less than I did yesterday. Can you still drive? Jida turned his head and smiled. Master, it's best if you don't discuss the issue of alcohol tolerance with me. This thing is innate. I see that you're in a bad mood. Why don't I take you somewhere to relax? Relax? Where to? The Sun Nation, Jida replied. What? To the Sun Nation? Chi Yu suddenly woke up. We're going to the Sun Nation for a mission. You don't have to go to school anyway, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere to go. Just think of it as coming with us. How about it? Are you interested? If you don't want to, I'll send you back to the Dragon Field courtyard. We're on the airport highway now. It's not too late for you to decide. Forget it. I don't want to face T-Rex's cold face. Sun Nation, so be it. But what are you going to do with those clan people? Do you want to cause some damage to them? The thought of causing damage to the Sun Nation that he had always hated, Chi Yu suddenly became spirited. Jida laughed and said, We're not going to cause damage. This mission is very important. The goal is to rescue someone. Last time you showed your power at my house and made my old man squint. As the king of the Zodiac guardian gods, if you come with us, the chances of success will naturally increase. Chi Yu naturally knew that Jida overestimated his ability, but he didn't explain anything. He only asked curiously, Who is so important that the yellow flame soul is mobilized? Jida said seriously, The person we want to rescue is Professor Guan Ping, who studied in Japan. Professor Guan Ping was an expert in genetic research. Although he was only 29 years old this year, he had an extremely high status in the world of genetics. A few days ago, the Domestic Security Department suddenly received a call from him. He said that he had made a very wonderful new discovery in genetics. However, the Sun Nation had already found out about this, and they were probably going to do something bad to him. In order to bring his research back to his motherland, he hoped that the National Security Department could send someone to fetch him back. I'm afraid the Sun Nation is already making a move against him, so we must act quickly. They had to rescue him before the Sun Empire truly took action against him. I see. How many people from the Yen Huang Soul are going this time? As the most mysterious organization in the Yen Huang Republic, Chi Yu had always been very interested in the Yen Huang Soul. Jida said for, What? Only 4? You're going up against an entire country, Chi Yu said in shock. Jida chuckled and said, Master, you'll soon see the power of the Yen Huang Soul. Although there are only 4 of us, it's enough to rival thousands of soldiers and horses. The 4 people participating in this operation, including me, are the mechanical soul, the computer soul, the metal soul, and the heavenly soul. Big Brother Heavenly Soul will be in charge of the entire mission. I've already informed him that we'll be bringing you along. The country's higher-ups value the Zodiac Guardians as much as the Yen Huang Soul. Therefore, Big Brother Heavenly Soul quickly agreed to my proposal. He's also very interested in the Zodiac Guardians. Chi Yu smiled and said, I'm also very interested in them. Let's go to the Sun Nation. Who knows? It might be a new beginning for me. I've been training hard all this time, and the abilities I've learned should be of some help to them. After arriving at the airport, Jida parked the car in the underground parking lot, and the two of them went directly to the airport's VIP waiting hall. When Jida brought Chiyu to the three of them, Chiyu was immediately surprised. Jida, don't tell me that they're your three companions. It was no wonder that Chiyu was so surprised. The three people in front of him, no matter which one it was, did not look like a powerhouse with powerful abilities. The first one was a young girl who looked to be about the same age as Vol. She had a petite figure and an angelic appearance. You could only think of two words to describe her: cute. The other two were even more interesting. One of them was a young man who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He had dyed his hair with a head full of colors, and it was unknown what method he used to make his hair stand up. His holy clothes gave him a very unique personality. His nose, ears, and lips all had small silver rings. Looking at him, Chiyu could not help but think of the street thugs he used to see when he was still a hooligan. If he were to classify them, this guy could at most be considered a big thug. The last person was not tall. He looked to be about 30 years old. He was plump and could definitely be as beautiful as Vol's mother. He wore a pair of glasses on his face, and a pair of small eyes revealed a humble light. If one were to use 4 words to describe him, you could only think that he was fat. These 3 people, could it be that they were the masters of the Yen Huang Soul? Chapter 33. Yu was dumbfounded. In his opinion, even if the 3 people in front of him were the elites of the Yen Huang Souls, he would think that the chubby middle-aged man was the most likely one. He did not expect Jida to say that this young man was a heavenly soul. The 3 people in front of him stood up from where they were sitting. The young man who looked like a hooligan extended his hand to Chiyu. "Hello, I'm a heavenly soul." His voice was very deep, and it gave off an oppressive feeling that did not match his appearance. Chiyu was sizing them up, and they were also sizing up Chiyu. After the two of them shook hands, the heavenly soul's eyes revealed an indifferent light. "Little brother, you must be suspicious of my appearance. This is to hide my identity, and I have no choice. Come, sit down. There's still some time before boarding. Let's talk." Chiyu sat down beside the 3 of them. Jida then continued to introduce. "This beautiful lady is a plant soul, and this chubby one is a computer soul." There was a word in his mouth. This was how Chiyu felt now. That fatso with a big head and intestines was actually a computer soul? Looking at his chubby hands, it was hard to imagine what it looked like when he typed on the keyboard. It seemed that one really could not judge a book by its cover. The computer soul smiled at Chiyu. "Hello. I've heard Jida mention your name a long time ago. I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. It's really rare. Speaking of which, I've always been very curious about the Guardian of the East. If there's a chance, let's get to know each other better." Fatso's chubby face trembled slightly as he smiled. It was easy to give people a sense of closeness. The plant soul was silent, which did not match its age. It sat at the side without saying a word, as if it had not heard anything. Chiyu turned to look at the heavenly soul. "Brother heavenly soul is about the same age as me. You're much more capable than me. Don't listen to Jida's boasting. I actually don't have any abilities." He was speaking the truth, but the 3 souls heard it as modesty. The heavenly soul smiled and said, "Brother Chi, it's just that I look young and my outfit that you misunderstood me. In fact, I'm already 35 years old this year. I've heard the boss speak highly of you. You're definitely young and promising." Chiyu gaped at Tianhun. He had never imagined that the young man in front of him was already 35 years old. "Boss, who's the boss?" Jida winked at Chiyu, chuckled, and said, "Master, what do you think?" Chiyu's heart jolted, and he immediately understood. The boss that Tianhun mentioned was probably Jida's father, General Ji. Tianhun smiled and said, "Since we're all on the same side, and Brothers Chi is here to help us complete the mission, let me give brothers Qi a brief introduction to the structure of our yellow flame soul. In the Yen Huang soul sect, there was no hierarchy. Everyone was brothers and sisters. Among them, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang were the captains. I'll be in charge of the mission this time. We've already received detailed information from the Sun Nation. It won't be easy to rescue Professor Guanping. Professor Guanping is now under strict surveillance, and we've lost contact with him. We don't know how the situation has developed. This mission is dangerous, and it's our first time working together. If there's any danger, brothers Qi must protect yourself first. Qi Yu thought to himself, I'll protect myself even if you don't want me to. After all, my life is more important. However, up until now, he did not think that this mission would be difficult. If rescuing the professor was really difficult, would the Yellow Flame Soul sect only send for people? Qi Yu did not know that as the most elite and mysterious special organization in the Yanhuang Republic, the strength of the Yellow Flame Soul sect was far beyond his imagination. I'll try my best. Brother Tianhun, how long will it take for us to return from the Sun Nation? Although what happened at Qingbei University had somewhat disheartened him, he did not forget the gathering at Tianxiang Mountain 2 months later at Gui Jianzhou. As he continued to cultivate the ascending Qilin technique, Qi Yu's sense of responsibility had imperceptibly increased a lot. Tianhun muttered, That's hard to say. The mission was completed smoothly. Perhaps we'll be able to return in 10 days. If things don't go smoothly, we might even be delayed for several months. Luck is very important. Qi Yu nodded, but did not say anything else. His eyes inadvertently swept across the little girl who was called a plant soul and could not help but reveal a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Tianhun smiled and said, Plant souls are born without sound, so she can't converse with you. Please don't take it to heart. Qi Yu was shocked. He looked at the plant soul in a different light. Such a cute little girl was actually a mute. God was so unfair. He unconsciously revealed a trace of pity. How can I take it to heart? The plant soul sister is so pitiful. Regardless of whether it was Jida, Tianhun, or the computer soul, their expressions could not help but become a little strange. They looked at Qi Yu as if they were looking at a Martian. The plant soul's gaze met Qi Yu's pitiful gaze and was slightly stunned. Very quickly, she lowered her head. At this moment, an announcement sounded. Flight DH-6892 to the Sun Nation has arrived. Passengers, please prepare to board. Tianhun stood up and patted Qi Yu's shoulder. Let's go. We're about to board the plane. We should try to talk as little as possible in front of outsiders. This communication device is for you. As long as you're on Earth, we'll be able to locate you at any time. As he spoke, Tianhun handed Qi Yu a platinum ring that looked like a general escape. Qi Yu tried it on. The ring fitted perfectly on his left pinky finger. The 5 of them followed the crowd and walked toward the boarding area. They weren't in first class or economy class, but business class, which was in between. The 5 of them were spread out. Qi Yu and Ji just sat together, while the other 3 souls sat in different corners. Because it was an international flight, the plane this time was obviously much more luxurious than the one Qi Yu had taken last time. Half an hour later, with a strong push, the large passenger plane took off and rushed into the blue sky with a slight vibration. Qi Yu sat by the window, watching as the capital grew smaller beneath his feet. His body began to tremble. This acrophobia was not something that could be cured in a short time. In the morning, because of his hangover, his mind was still a little fuzzy, so he casually agreed to go to the Sun Nation with Jida. Now he was beginning to regret it, and the expression on his face began to change. Jida looked curiously at Qi Yu and said, Master, what's wrong with you? Are you still not feeling well after drinking yesterday? Qi Yu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I'm afraid of heights. Jida was stunned at first. Then he held back his laughter and said, Oh, I see. Qi Yu said unhappily, Why? Is it embarrassing to be afraid of heights? Don't laugh at me. Jida hurriedly said, Why would I? You're my master, I won't laugh at you. As a strong person, there will always be some flaws. This world is fair. Chi Yu was speechless. To be precise, as the plane rose in altitude, he was already unable to speak. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face became paler and paler. Cold sweat began to flow down his temples. Only then did Jida realize that Chi Yu was actually afraid of heights. Master, do you want me to help you? Chi Yu said reluctantly, how? Last time on the plane, there was Ming Ming, and under the influence of his lust, Chi Yu was greatly distracted. But now he wasn't so lucky. He couldn't ask to remember to exchange seats with the plant soul. Although Chi Yu liked beautiful women, he only felt pity and sympathy for the plant soul that had lost its voice since childhood. Jida chuckled and said, "It's very simple. I'll just knock you out. If you don't feel anything, you naturally won't be afraid of heights." Chi Yu gave Jida a middle finger. Seek it with that hand of yours. If I don't grasp it well, won't I be beaten to death by you? I'll just bear with it. As he said that, he had already closed his eyes and placed his head on the seat in front of him. He tried his best to concentrate and slowly circulated the thundercloud force in his body, maintaining silence. During this period of time, because he had been working hard to cultivate, Chi Yu's progress was very obvious. The water attribute, thundercloud force, had entered the one cloud realm because of the accident in the sea last time. The fire attribute, thundercloud force, and the wind attribute, thundercloud force, were also improving very quickly. They were not far from the one cloud realm. With Kirin's real cultivation method, Chi Yu's progress was much faster than he had imagined. When he was cultivating, whenever he felt lonely, he would think about how he would be able to act like a pig to eat a tiger after he became stronger and scare Hairyua. He would immediately feel very good, and the feeling of loneliness would naturally disappear. Among the 4 attributes of thundercloud force, the only one that gave Chi Yu a headache was the lightning attribute, thundercloud force. His cultivation was to restrain his body's aura from the outside world and use his own thundercloud force to absorb various attribute energy molecules in the air. Other than the thunderstorm weather, there were very few lightning attribute molecules in the air, so the progress of cultivation was much slower. In order to cultivate the lightning attribute, thundercloud force, he even wanted to touch the electric door, but when he thought that he might be electrocuted into an idiot, he had to give up. Therefore, the lightning attribute, thundercloud force, was the slowest to improve. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to upgrade the 4 attributes of thundercloud force at the same time to continue to improve, he had even planned to give up the cultivation of thundercloud force. With the continuous operation of the thundercloud force, Chi Yu's heart gradually calmed down. The thundercloud force combined with nature and constantly improved Chi Yu's body during the operation. The essence of heaven and earth restored the discomfort he felt last night because of drinking, and gradually made him produce a full power of thundercloud force. Looking at the 4 colors of light running in his body, Chi Yu's heart entered an ethereal state, which made him feel much more comfortable, and he temporarily forgot the fact that he was high in the sky. After an unknown amount of time, Chi Yu, who was cultivating, suddenly felt that there were changes in the outside world. In self-protection, after completing a cloud cycle of cultivation, he woke up from his half-asleep state. As soon as he woke up, he found that the plane was slightly trembling, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He looked at Jida, who was beside him as if nothing had happened, and said, "What's wrong? Why is the plane shaking?" Jida said, "Master, wake up. It's okay. It should be a natural phenomenon that occurs through the thunderstorm clouds. Just go through the clouds, and everything will be fine. If you are not feeling well, continue to sleep. I'll let you know." Chi Yu's heart, which had finally calmed down, could not help but become anxious again because of the plane's shaking. He opened the small window beside him and looked out. With this look, he could not help but feel an intense fear of heights. It was daytime for Ming Ming, but it was actually dark outside the window. Wu Ji could only see the situation around the plane. The most frightening thing was that there was actually a faint flash of lightning in the dark clouds. The lightning element in the air was obviously many times stronger than usual. The plane flew through the dark clouds, and the shaking gradually became more and more intense. Attention, dear passengers! Attention, dear passengers! Due to the sudden appearance of the dark clouds, please fasten your seatbelts and prepare to use oxygen masks to breathe. The plane will temporarily shut down all entertainment systems. It will be restored after flying out of the clouds. Do not worry, this is normal. The voice of the broadcast sounded very pleasant, and it was repeated in English and Sun language. Hearing this, Chi-Yu let out a long breath, and the worry in his heart was slightly relieved. Jida frowned and muttered to himself in a low voice, "It's actually so serious. How can it be? Did the plane not receive the weather forecast before taking off?" Chi-Yu was stunned and said, "What's serious? Didn't they say it's fine?" At this moment, the plane had already darkened, and all the lights were naturally turned off, plunging the plane into darkness. Jida said, "Master, this is just the flight attendants comforting the passengers in the plane to prevent a riot. Turning off the power and entertainment systems in the cabin is only done under special circumstances. It seems that the clouds outside have already greatly affected the plane. How unlucky! Master, if anything happens later, you must stay by my side." Hearing Jida's words, Chi-Yu's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately tensed up again. F***CK. I haven't even implemented my plan to woo beauties, and I don't even have a wife. I won't die before I succeed, right? Jida smiled bitterly and said, "Master, no one could have thought of this. Of all the means of transportation, planes should be the safest. No one could have thought that something like this would happen. Don't worry. Even if there really is danger, we have emergency measures. With Big Brother Tianhun here, nothing will happen." How could Chi-Yu be at ease? Because of his natural fear of heights, his emotions were already very chaotic. The plane's vibration was getting stronger and stronger. Through the small window, Chi-Yu saw the lightning outside the window and the clouds flying past the plane several times. Every time, the plane would shake violently. He really didn't dare to imagine what would happen if the lightning struck the plane. Just as Chi-Yu was panicking, his body suddenly reacted. The thundercloud force, which had always been quiet during his usual cultivation, suddenly became restless. Chi-Yu didn't try to control it, but it operated on its own. At the same time, the Kirin bead on Chi-Yu's chest also began to heat up, and waves of numbness were constantly transmitted from the Kirin bead to Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu's mind suddenly lit up. Right. It was obviously the best time to cultivate his lightning attribute, cloud power, in this situation. Furthermore, the lightning attribute cloud power had the ability to absorb the lightning particles between heaven and earth. If he could absorb all the lightning outside, wouldn't he be able to get out of this dangerous situation? Due to his nervousness, he didn't think about it carefully. As soon as he found a possibility to solve the trouble in front of him, he immediately acted. In the darkness, Jida faintly saw a purple light flash in Chi-Yu's eyes. Then, a huge energy magnetic field suddenly appeared around his body. This sudden change gave Jida fright. He hurriedly reached out to pull Chi-Yu, but the moment his hand touched Chi-Yu's body, an intense numbness instantly spread through his body, causing his hand to bounce away. If not for Jida's seatbelt, the sudden bouncing force would have sent his entire body flying out of the car. Even so, half of his body was completely paralyzed. Chi-Yu was extremely bold. Not only did he not restrict the operation of the thundercloud force in his body, but he concentrated all his thoughts on the lightning force and pushed it with all his strength. The other 3 attributes of the thundercloud force were controlled by him and disappeared into his dantian. Only the purple thundercloud force of the thunder attribute rotated wildly around the light pulse. The most fundamental fusion traction ability of Kirin's bloodline was naturally activated. At the same time, he released his breath and unscrupulously attracted the lightning molecules in the outside world. With his body as the center, he introduced these lightning molecules directly into his body. Don't! Xie Zhi's scream just sounded in Qiyu's body, and it was instantly drowned by the unimaginable lightning energy molecules. If the thundercloud force in Qiyu's body was originally a stream, then the thundercloud force had now become a big river. Qiyu was too reckless. Before he acted, he did not think about how powerful the lightning in the air was. Although most of the lightning was only produced by the friction of the clouds, the lightning molecules produced in that instant were extremely terrifying. Not to mention him, even the real 9 Cloud Kirin, as long as he was not of the thunder attribute, he would not compete with such power. The cabin suddenly lit up and was filled with an intense purple light. The purple light brought with it snake-shaped lightning that revolved around every corner of the cabin. If there were people outside the plane now, they would be horrified to see that in this vast dark cloud, all the lightning rays were rushing towards the plane like crazy. For a time, the plane became the center of the entire dark cloud. Of course, it was the center of the lightning. Not only had the cabin changed, but the outside of the cabin had also turned purple. The huge roar of thunder and lightning sounded continuously, and each tremor seemed to tear the plane apart. When Qiyu's body had just opened to absorb the lightning, there were already changes. When the unimaginably huge thunder and lightning surged into his body, almost everyone on the plane, including the flight attendants, fainted amid the flashing electric light. Perhaps it was because he was in the eye of the lightning, but Qiyu's mind was still clear. However, he realized that his body was no longer under his control. That huge amount of lightning-attributed molecules had already filled every single one of his cells. The Kirin bead in front of his chest had become the gathering place of these huge thunder and lightning forces. Thinking of Xie Zhi's last word, Qiyu suddenly woke up. Oh my God! What did I do? I actually wanted to directly absorb the lightning in the clouds. He felt the electricity that was constantly passing through his body. He had already understood that if it were not for the Kirin bead on his body would have turned into charcoal. No, it should be said that the entire plane would have turned into charcoal. However, although the Kirin bead was one of the 8 artifacts of the Kirin clan, it had a limit. Ancestor Kirin, who created this Kirin bead, was also a 4-cloud Kirin. He did not specialize in thunder and lightning, and the Kirin bead that he left behind was definitely limited in the storage of thunder element energy molecules. What would happen if the influx of thunder and lightning reached its limit? Am I committing suicide? Qiyu's body was completely numb, and he could not feel anything. His surroundings were completely covered in purple. At this time, in the face of the power of nature, not to mention him, only 2 out of the 4 experts of the Yellow Flame Soul were still conscious. One of them was the Heavenly Soul. At that moment, the Heavenly Soul's entire body was emitting a faint layer of white light. The surrounding lightning quickly slid past the edge of the white light and could not directly stimulate his body. However, under the strong pressure brought by the thunder and lightning, he could only maintain this state. On the other side, the other one who was still conscious was the plant soul. In the darkness, no one could see that the skin of the plant soul had turned dark green, and there was a faint green light in its eyes. Some plants in nature were naturally insulated from electricity. As a plant soul, it had obviously mastered the secret. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Soul or the plant soul, they could only barely protect themselves. They did not understand what exactly had happened on the plane. Now, the altitude of the plane was continuously descending, but the surrounding thunder and lightning had no intention of letting go of the plane. If it were not for the layer of purple light surrounding the plane, the entire plane would have turned into charcoal. Qiyu's body was completely stiff. The relic bead on his wrist emitted a gentle stream of air that flowed directly into the depths of his lungs, protecting his internal organs from being injured by the power of the thunder and lightning. However, this could only last for a while. As he could not control his body, even if he wanted to use the Kirin Red, he could not do so. Furthermore, the energy of the Kirin Red was fire. Its influence on the thunder and lightning was negligible, and it might not be able to defend against it. The purple lightning continued to surge, and the image of the Kirin on Chiyu's body had completely turned purple. Even the black and silver horn was dyed with a layer of purple light. Meanwhile, the Kirin bead in front of his chest had started to tremble continuously. The power of the thunder and lightning that surged into his body was too fast. Not only was he digesting it, he was also reaching his limit in terms of storing it. The Kirin bead was an energy molecule with an amplification attribute. The artifact that increased the speed of Kirin's cultivation was not an artifact that stored energy. If it were not for the fact that the ancestor of Kirin, who had created it, was extremely powerful, the Kirin bead would have been damaged by the extreme thunder and lightning. It was now completely one with Chiyu. Thus, it was equivalent to replacing Chiyu to absorb the massive thunder and lightning that had suddenly appeared. If it was another divine beast, a ferocious beast, or a Zodiac guardian, none of them would be able to do what Chiyu was doing. One of the reasons why Kirin's cultivation speed was fast was that his speed of absorbing energy molecules from the outside world was far faster than other ancient giant beasts. Only Kirin could directly guide and absorb the energy molecules in the air. Ordinary ancient giant beasts needed a long time to transform after absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. However, after Kirin absorbed it, he only needed a simple process of convergence to directly turn it into his own energy. This was also the reason why Kirin could become the king of the divine beasts. Chi-Yu was not Kirin. However, he had inherited the purest Kirin's bloodline. His current strength could not be compared to the ancient Kirin at all. However, the absorption ability of Kirin's bloodline existed. Normally, even if he wanted to, he would not be able to absorb such a huge amount of energy molecules at once. However, the situation this time was extremely special. He suddenly activated his Kirin's bloodline according to the cultivation method of the ascending Qilin technique. All of a sudden, his body became the center point, and the thundercloud force in his body became the source of attracting the lightning in the sky. 2 weeks ago, when he was in the sea, there was a situation where the water thundercloud force accelerated the absorption. The reason why the water element energy molecules fluctuated so strongly at that time was mainly because of the appearance of the 9 deep-sea nether snakes. However, water was a kind of gentle energy molecule. It was completely different from the lightning element. Although its fluctuation was strong, it was not destructive. Among all kinds of energy, lightning could be said to be the most violent one. The electric charge produced by lightning itself had a strong attraction force. Therefore, the scene that happened before him suddenly appeared in a special situation. Chi-Yu was right. If it was not for Kirin's bead, he would have been dead the moment the huge amount of lightning force surged into his body. Not only that, but the entire plane would also be destroyed. Kirin's bead temporarily became a special carrier for his body. Under such a special situation, Kirin's artifact, which had the soul and bloodline of its ancestor, automatically protected its master. It absorbed a large amount of lightning energy that Chi-Yu could not withstand, which allowed Chi-Yu to survive temporarily. However, this was not enough to solve the crisis before him. The weather forecast did not predict the thunderstorm this time, which was a huge mistake and also a bug in technology. This storm was formed by the combination of several warm and humid air currents. Originally, these air currents would not have met. However, a gust of cold air suddenly blew in from the west. Under the stimulation of the cold air, the weak air currents changed directions at the same time, deviating from their original trajectories and meeting in the air. Under the constant stimulation of the cold and warm air, coupled with the condensation of water vapor in the air, the dark clouds and lightning that Chi-Yu's flight encountered were formed at an extremely fast speed. It could be said that this was a perfect thunderstorm. Although there was no wind, The intensity of the lightning was unprecedented on Earth for decades. Therefore, Chi-Yu's suicidal behavior seemed even more ridiculous. The lightning energy, brought about by a perfect thunderstorm, could not be calculated with numbers. When Chi-Yu's plane passed by, the perfect thunderstorm had just formed, and the lightning energy was not too strong. Therefore, the plane did not change its flight path and continued to move forward on autopilot. When the flight crew realized that something was wrong, the plane had completely fallen into the perfect thunderstorm and could not extricate itself. The Kirin's bead trembled more and more violently. An entire bead had completely turned into a terrifying purple color, with lightning constantly flashing around it. That incomparably huge power of thunder and lightning attacked its endurance again and again. Chi-Yu did not give up. He endured the discomfort in his body, and with the help of the gentle energy emitted by the relic bead, he tried his best to use his mind to control the other 3 types of thundercloud force in his body to dissolve and absorb the incomparably huge lightning energy molecules. He knew very well that only by sharing the lightning energy with the Kirin bead as much as possible could he have hope of survival. Unfortunately, after all, Chi-Yu was only the successor of Kirin, who had not even reached the first cloud. How much could his body absorb? As the load continued to increase, blood oozed out of his 7 orifices at the same time, and the lightning energy stimulated every cell in his body again and again. The plane could no longer be controlled by humans. It trembled violently in the air, but because of the traction and suction of the lightning, the speed of the fall was not fast. However, the purple lightning could destroy the entire plane at any time. Chi-Yu was no longer in control of his own fate, but the entire plane. "Chi-Yu, I'm going to kill you." An extremely angry voice sounded from the depths of Chi-Yu's heart. Chi-Yu was stunned at first, and then he reacted. This voice did not come from Xia, but the 9-headed deep-sea nether snake that he had taken into his body with a life incantation. Chi-Yu said with some self-mockery, "Haven't you been looking forward to this moment for a long time? If I die, you will naturally be free. Don't worry. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. I'm so pitiful." The deep-sea nether snake repeated what it said to Chi-Yu for the first time. "Why am I always the one who gets hurt? After I met you, I was already unlucky enough, and now I was brought to the edge of the cliff by you." Although the deep-sea nether snake only had 1/10 of its strength after leaving the sea, it was still an ancient beast that had cultivated for 9,900 years. It was by no means comparable to Xia. The energy of its origin was much stronger than that of Xia. Therefore, even under such a huge pressure of lightning, it could still communicate with Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu was a little surprised and said, "What did you say? Aren't you looking forward to my death?" "Nonsense. Of course I look forward to your death. But even if you die, you can't drag me down with you. Do you think that in this situation, if you die, I can still live?" When the deep-sea nether snake said this, it seemed even more angry. Chapter 34. The deep-sea nether snake whimpered, "I am so pitiful. Who did I provoke? Chi-Yu, you are really my nemesis. I accept my fate. You must treat me better in the future. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a snake ghost." Just when Chi-Yu did not understand what the deep-sea nether snake meant, a cool energy suddenly diffused from his body. This was a very pure energy. The faint energy molecules began to spread from his internal organs, directly stimulating the cells in his body that had been lightly paralyzed by thunder and lightning. The originally silent water thundercloud force suddenly became stronger under the stimulation of this cool airflow. The faint blue thundercloud force slowly spread in the meridians in his body. The cool airflow was not strong, but it was endless as if there was no end. It was like a surging river returning to the sea. Under the soft effect of the water thundercloud force, the discomfort in his body suddenly weakened a lot. Although the influx of thunder and lightning energy outside his body did not slow down, both Chi-Yu's body and the Kirin bead were temporarily buffered. After being stunned for a while, Chiyu suddenly understood that this was the deep-sea nether snake helping him. Although it was not his intention, at this time, it was undoubtedly a timely act. His original bad impression of the deep-sea nether snake suddenly weakened a lot. As Chiyu said, he, Xieji, and the deep-sea nether snake were now grasshoppers on a rope. Although the deep-sea nether snake had an extremely tenacious vitality, in this situation of thunder and lightning, once Chiyu's body was destroyed and the Kirin bead exploded, it would definitely not be able to survive with only 1/10 of its power. In order to save his own life, he had no other choice. He could only do his best to help Chiyu get through this difficult situation. With the help of the constant cool airflow, the gentle water thundercloud force flowed all over Chiyu's body. The thundercloud force kept spreading in the water thundercloud force. Due to the increase of the area and the cooperation of the water thundercloud force, Chiyu's absorption of these lightning energy molecules became several times faster. However, this was not enough for him to withstand the intense stimulation of the lightning outside. After a brief moment of relaxation, the Kirin orb began to tremble more intensely. Moreover, this time it was much more intense than before. Without even looking, Chiyu knew that the Kirin orb was on the verge of destruction. At this moment, Chiyu suddenly saw the meridians in his body suddenly light up. It was not illuminated by the purple lightning, but by a ball of blue light. He was surprised to find that it was a blue light orb. The orb looked very transparent, and there was a faint blue light flowing in it like rippling water. As soon as the lightning energy in his body came into contact with the blue orb, it immediately changed its direction and gave up on the Kirin orb. Instead, it surged towards the blue light orb. Water was the medium of electricity. As long as it was not pure water, it would conduct electricity. Moreover, as soon as the blue orb appeared, it naturally produced a strong suction force. Just like how Chiyu absorbed the lightning energy molecules in the beginning, it quickly absorbed the external lightning energy. Without the continuous thunder and lightning, the Kirin orb immediately calmed down. Even Chiyu's body was completely relaxed. The numbness in his body had not completely disappeared, but the feeling of approaching death had left him. The blue orb that had appeared did not move. It just quietly floated in Chiyu's dantian, layers of faint blue light emitting outwards. As the lightning continued to flow into it, the blue orb began to change into a purple color. However, this seemingly very small light orb was like a vast sea. No matter how large the lightning energy was, it did not hesitate to absorb it into its body. Chiyu did not know what this orb was. In his opinion, it might be a magic weapon of the deep-sea nether snake. However, he did not know that although this blue light orb did not look very eye-catching, it represented the cultivation of the deep-sea nether snake for thousands of years. All living creatures such as dragons, snakes, turtles, and so on could produce orbs. The deep-sea nether snake naturally produced a snake orb. As the strongest ancient beast in the sea, every time it cultivated for 1,000 years, the essence of the sun and moon that it obtained would condense into a blue sea god orb. It was filled with the crystallization of its cultivation and hard work over the past 1,000 years. It was also the source of the deep-sea nether snake's energy. 1,000 years of cultivation was nothing to scoff at. Even though it was still inferior to the Qilin bead in terms of effectiveness, it was still an extremely precious item for the deep-sea nether snake. This blue sea god orb was also known as the snake spirit orb. Once it cultivated for 10,000 years and collected 10 snake spirit orbs, it could evolve into a heavenly orb. At that time, the deep-sea nether snake could enter the realm of transcendence and would no longer be bound by the sea. In order to save its life, the deep-sea nether snake had to release its most precious blue sea god orb to help Chiyu absorb the lightning at the critical moment. The deep-sea nether snake was of the water attribute. Once its blue sea god orb absorbed the lightning energy, it could no longer be used by it. It was so reluctant to give up its 1,000 years of cultivation. However, under the current circumstances, it could only endure it for the sake of its life. If it was just a small thunderstorm, it could naturally absorb the huge energy accumulated by the blue sea god orb easily. Unfortunately, this time, Chi Yu's bold behavior attracted a perfect thunderstorm. The blue sea god orb itself stored a large amount of the essence of the water attribute energy. It was not a container. Therefore, although the deep-sea nether snake's 1,000 years of cultivation was very powerful, the lightning energy molecules it could absorb were limited, just like the Kirin orb. However, when the blue orb turned from blue to purple and the lightning surrounded it, the deep-sea nether snake could not help but let out a scream. Another blue light appeared in Chi Yu's dantian, continuing the previous work of the blue sea god orb. With the help of the blue sea god orb, Chi Yu could not help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly restrained his mind and cultivated his thundercloud force according to the ascending Qilin skill. He was definitely being kind. After all, only by absorbing more lightning energy molecules could he relieve some of the pressure on the deep-sea nether snake. However, the cultivation of the ascending Qilin skill was a very mysterious process. The cultivation started from the dantian. When Chi Yu just started to operate his thundercloud force, the blue sea god orb that had absorbed a large number of lightning energy molecules was sucked into his meridians with a whoosh. It was wrapped by the thundercloud force and flowed along his meridians. It was completely out of the control of the deep-sea nether snake. The deep-sea nether snake was naturally very reluctant to give up his treasure, but he also knew that the blue sea god orb that was full of lightning energy molecules was no longer under his control. Seeing that his 1,000-year cultivation was wrapped by Chi Yu's thundercloud force and entered his meridians, he could not help but feel a great pain in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The perfect storm had reached its peak at this time. Purple electric snakes blasted into the plane again and again. Due to the crazy influx of a large amount of electric energy, all the systems of the plane had completely failed. Chi Yu sat in his seat, and his body was constantly alternating between blue and purple brilliance. Because the blue sea god orb was absorbing the lightning energy molecules, Chi no longer felt uncomfortable. Therefore, it did not take long for him to enter his usual cultivation state. The thundercloud force continued to flow according to the ascending Qilin skill. Each cloud circle would absorb some lightning energy molecules and turn them into the thundercloud force that Chi Yu could control. The deep-sea nether snake's depression had reached its peak. His poor blue sea god orb had just absorbed enough lightning, but it would immediately be absorbed by the thundercloud force that Chi Yu had completed a cloud circle. The blue sea god orb, which was a mixture of water and lightning attributes, immediately broke away from his control and became Chi Yu's. The deep-sea nether snake was the most powerful, fierce beast in the sea. Although his body was filled with an evil aura, the serpent bead was the purest source of energy in his body. Not only did it not affect Chi Yu at all, it even formed a natural string with the help of the lightning energy. As he cultivated, the violent lightning energy opened Chi Yu's meridians. Then, with the gentle water thundercloud force, the meridians were stabilized and nourished. Chi Yu, who was in the ethereal realm, did not know that with the help of the blue sea god orb, his current cultivation would have a great impact on his future achievements. The deep-sea nether snake felt wronged and pitiful as he counted in his heart, 2, F asterisk CK, it can't be, and 3, I will F asterisk CK again. No. Is there an end to this? What kind of cloud is this? Why is there so much lightning? There are already 7. I am so pitiful. I have the last one. If it still doesn't work, I might as well let him die. Poor me. I lost my 9,000 years of cultivation just like that. The deep-sea nether serpent let out a miserable howl and finally fainted from the mental blow. Perhaps it was because of the Kirin's auspicious sign. when the ninth blue sea god orb absorbed all the lightning and was taken away by Chi-Yu's thundercloud force, the plane had already fallen out of the dark clouds. More than 90% of the lightning in the dark clouds had been absorbed by the Kirin orb and the 9 blue sea god orbs. When Chi-Yu's Kirin orb suffered the last impact of the lightning, he immediately woke up from his cultivation state. When he opened his eyes, the cabin was still dark, but Chi-Yu found that everything in front of him was bright. Although there was no light, he was surprised to find that he could see every corner of the cabin clearly, even if there was a slight change in the texture. The trembling of the plane had become much weaker, and an indescribable huge energy was running naturally in his body. Chi-Yu concentrated on his body, only to find that the meridians in his body had completely changed. There was no change in the position of the meridians, but their volume was obviously several times larger than before. At least, that was what he felt when the thundercloud force passed through. If the energy flowing in the meridians was only the thickness of a hair before, it had now become the thickness of a little finger. The meridians, which had obviously become much wider, seemed empty. The 9 blue and purple light orbs were connected by the purple electric light, and they were revolving slowly along with his thundercloud force. His own water cloud power seemed to have unknowingly fused with this flow of energy. Compared to them, the wind and fire cloud powers were countless times smaller. Furthermore, the intensity of the energy was also far inferior. It was currently lying dormant in his dantian. What's going on? Could it be that he was already out of danger? At this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up. It was not because there was electricity in the cabin, but because the light came from outside the plane. Chi-Yu looked out of the plane and was instantly scared out of his wits. He was shocked to find that the plane was gliding towards the ground. Although it was still very far from the ground, it seemed like it was about to crash. *CK, you're not dead. A strange voice came from the other side of the cabin. There was a layer of white light, and a person stood up from his seat. Chi looked at him and realized that the person who had suddenly stood up was Heavenly Soul, who was dressed like a hooligan. Heavenly Soul's gaze was much dimmer, and his face was abnormally pale. The layer of white light around his body was very weak. He grabbed the back of the chair and looked in Wang Zhong's direction. When he saw that Wang Zhong was also looking at him, his gaze could not help but become strange. "All of you wake up." His originally black eyes suddenly turned white, and a circle of white light spread out in all directions with an ice-cold aura. This white light seemed to be unstoppable by anything. It penetrated the chair and even the metal. In just a few seconds, it had already spread to every corner of the plane. Chi-Yu could not avoid being swept by the white light. He only felt his brain lighten, and not only did the dizziness caused by his fear of heights disappear, his mind became abnormally clear the moment the white light swept past him. His entire body seemed to have become comfortable. Although the energy in his body was not affected by the white light, this light of clarity caused his mind to be completely awakened. He broke free from his previous confusion. Heavenly Soul's lips moved slightly, and his words rang in Chi-Yu's ears. "Let's not talk about what happened just now. You stay here. I'll go to the cockpit and ask the captain to try and restart the plane. The people here have already been swept by my light of clarity. As long as they are not dead, they will wake up very soon. Tell the mechanical soul, computer soul, and plant soul that once the plane is out of control, we will prepare to jump off." Jump? Hearing these two words, Chi-Yu's heartbeat quickened. Although he could already feel that his strength had increased a little, it did not cure his fear of heights. Heavenly Soul's figure flashed, and he was already in front of the plane. The moment he left, the entire plane was filled with groans. Jida rubbed his head and sat up straight. "What's going on?" "My head hurts, and my entire body seems to be unable to exert any strength." Chi-Yu said in a low voice, "Wake up, wake up! The crisis is not over yet. We just rushed out of the dark clouds, and the plane is still out of control. Big brother Tianhun said that once the plane is out of control, we should prepare to jump off. Hearing Qi Yu's voice, Jida, who had been training since he was a child, immediately displayed the qualities of a soldier. He opened his eyes abruptly, nodded at Qi Yu, and immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and leaped out. His target was the computer soul. Just as Qi Yu was about to look for the plant soul and tell her the news, he saw the plant soul stand up from her seat and look at Qi Yu with her big, clear eyes. There was a mysterious glint in her beautiful eyes, and she nodded at Qi Yu as if she was hinting something. Qi Yu was slightly stunned, and he gestured to the plant soul from afar, telling her to be prepared to jump off the plane. The plant soul showed a faint smile, which was rare for her, and nodded at him again before returning to her seat. At this time, the entire plane was filled with groans, and the passengers on the plane were gradually waking up. Although the lightning in the dark clouds was extremely strong, with Qi Yu as the release point, these passengers were only knocked unconscious by the lightning and did not suffer any fatal injuries. However, the feeling of being electrocuted was not pleasant. Even so, their bodies had become very weak. Each of them sat in their seats, and they would not be able to fully wake up in a short period of time. Qi Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt. The light of sobriety that Tianhun had cast earlier gave him hope, although he did not know what would happen if he jumped off the plane. But since Tianhun had said so, he would not do anything meaningless. As long as he could live, everything was good. Qi Yu, I will F*CKU. Just as Qi Yu was worried, a weak voice sounded in his heart. This time, it was not the deep-sea nether snake who was scolding him. The weak voice came from Xiaji. Brother Xiaji, how are you? Qi Yu asked tentatively. He also knew that he was too rash. Xiaji said angrily, I won't die yet. You are too bold. Even the thunder attribute, Kirin, may not dare to do this. You actually used your strength, which is not even at Chu Yin, to absorb such a huge amount of lightning power. Are you going to destroy this plane? Ugh, I didn't mean it. I was hot-headed at the time, so... Qi, you could only explain it this way. Xia Ji smiled bitterly and said, Next time you are hot-headed, can you ask me first? Although we beasts and beasts have always been opposing each other, this time we really have the deep-sea nether snake. If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid we would all be smashed to pieces. Qi smiled and said, The meridians in my body seem to have expanded a lot. As long as I don't die this time, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. After a moment of silence, Xia Ji said in a very strange voice, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Don't you understand how lucky you are this time? This time, it is 100 times more dangerous than the last time you used the life curse. You are not ashamed of it, but proud of it. If I still have a body, I really want to beat you up. I. Qi Yu scratched his head with some embarrassment, and then said to Xiaji in his heart, I also know the danger, but isn't it already over? Do I still have to be afraid for the rest of my life? Xiaji smiled bitterly and said, You are an optimist. However, there is one thing you are right about. This time, you are indeed a blessing in disguise, and it is not an ordinary kind of luck. You should have felt the 9 light beads. If I guessed correctly, it should be the blue sea beads that the deep-sea nether snake has cultivated for 9,000 years. Each bead has 1,000 years of his cultivation. How much benefit do you think you got? Qi Yu said with some disbelief. No way, you mean I directly have the cultivation of the deep-sea nether snake for 9,000 years? Bullshit, how can it be so easy? Do you think the blue sea beads are eggs that can be digested easily? Not to mention you. Even if it was me, it would be impossible to digest any of them. Qi Yu said, Okay, don't say anything. This time, the deep-sea nether snake saved my life. I will return the beads to him. Although I am a gangster and can be said to be a ruffian, I still know how to repay kindness. Xia Ji seemed to know Qi Yu again. Do you really want to return it to him? Although you can absorb these 9 blue sea beads now, Their existence will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Stop, don't go on. I am not a gentleman. If the benefits you say are too tempting, I am afraid I will change my mind. Anyway, no matter what these 9 beads are used for, I will return them to the deep-sea nether snake. Qi Yu interrupted Xie Zhi's words. Although he also said that he wanted to return the blue sea beads to the deep-sea nether snake on impulse, he did not regret it. Instead, he felt very comfortable in his heart. Everything in front of him seemed to have become clear, and his guilt towards the deep-sea nether snake naturally disappeared. Qi Yu, I admit it. The deep-sea nether snake finally woke up from its coma at this time. Its voice became weaker than Xie Zhi's. The few words were short, but there was a touch of emotion. Brother Nether Snake, don't be angry. I will return all the beads to you. I won't take things that are not mine. Tell me, how can I return them to your body? Qi Yu's generosity made Xie Zhi speechless. The deep-sea nether snake whimpered, return my ass. Do you think I don't want to get it back? If I had a way, I wouldn't let you suck it into your body. I am a water attribute beast. Now my blue sea beads are full of overbearing power of thunder and lightning. If they return to my body and combine with my energy, I am afraid I will immediately turn into charcoal. These 9 blue sea beads should now be called blue sea thunder beads. The energy contained in them is so huge that it is almost unimaginable. Only a perverted 4-cloud Kirin, like you can put it in your body without being hurt. I want it back so badly. Qi Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I have encountered something that I want to return but can't. Brother Xie Zhi, do you have a way? Xie Zhi said helplessly. Senior Nether Snake has lived for more than 9,000 years. His experience is much richer than mine. Even he can't do anything. What else can I do? It seems that this is the will of the heavens. However, don't think that these 9 blue sea thunder beads are really that precious. You have to be careful when you cultivate in the future. If you recklessly activate the energy within them, you'll be severely injured. If you rashly activate the energy in it, as long as one of the beads explodes, then you will die. I am afraid that the power of it is several times greater than that of a nuclear bomb. Qi Yu took a deep breath and said, What about me? Are these 9 beads just for show in my body? Xie Zhi said, That is not the case. Right now, these 9 blue sea thunder pearls contain lightning and water energy. Every time your cloud energy increases by 1 level, the blue sea thunder pearls will increase by 1 level. Whenever your thundercloud force increases by 1 level, you can use the vacuum in your meridians to absorb some of the energy in the blue sea thunder beads. In other words, in the future, you only need to practice the 2 types of thundercloud force, fire and wind. Once these 2 types of thundercloud force reach the initial cloud realm, then you can immediately upgrade the thunder and water thundercloud force to the 2-cloud realm. In the future, you only need to be proficient in the use of thunder and water energy, and there is no need to practice specifically. In this way, your cultivation time as a 4-cloud Kirin can be reduced by half. However, as for how many clouds to completely absorb the energy of the blue sea thunder beads, I don't know. The energy involved is incalculable. Haha, it is really a blessing in disguise. A good character, everything is good. You are really stupid. Xie Zhi and Deep Sea Nether Snake said in disdain in unison. 2 is 2. Anyway, I have a good character. Qi Yu was full of excitement. To be able to reduce the cultivation time by half was simply wonderful for him. Xie Zhi said, We are all very weak and have to enter a state of deep sleep. When you are strong, don't forget to help Senior Nether Snake recover its strength. As the messenger of Kirin, once your strength reaches a certain level, you can help it recover some of its strength. Qi Yu said, Don't worry, I will. You guys go to sleep. Maybe I will have to jump out of the plane. At this moment, with a loud rumbling sound, the lights in the plane suddenly lit up. Chi-Yu was shocked at first. Then he looked out of the window eagerly. The plane's original downward glide did not change, but it had changed from a downward glide to a horizontal glide. It seemed that the flight crew had regained control of the plane. Dear passengers, please pay attention. This is the captain of this plane. Please stay in your seats and do not move. I have good news for everyone. After passing through the clouds, the plane has returned to normal operations. All flight attendants return to their posts as soon as possible. The plane is operating normally, and we will continue to the destination of this trip, the capital of the Sun Nation. The voice of the broadcast echoed in everyone's ears like heavenly music. For a moment, the cabin was filled with cheers. Everyone shouted excitedly, and their emotions were somewhat out of control. When Jida returned to his seat, he saw Chi-Yu muttering to himself with a silly smile on his face. As long as you have a good character, everything is good. Jida speechlessly buckled his seatbelt, then laughed and said, Master, why do I feel like I have a good character? Chi-Yu glared at him and said, You are my disciple, you can't fight with me. After saying this, the two of them could not help but laugh at each other. After all, being reborn after a disaster was definitely something worth being excited about. Tian-hun quietly walked back from the front of the cabin. It could be seen that his eyes, which had returned to black, were also filled with joy. He gave Chi-Yu a look that said everything was normal, then immediately sat back in his seat. After a period of steady gliding, the plane rose again, and under the sunlight it was once again in the blue sky and white clouds. Jida said, Master, I can't take it anymore. My whole body is weak. I need to sleep for a while. You should rest for a while too. That was really dangerous. However, your current hairstyle is not bad. It can compete with Brother Tian-hun. Chi-Yu was stunned and asked, What hairstyle? Jida smiled and said, Touch your own hair. When Chi-Yu heard this, he hurriedly touched the top of his head. When he touched his hair, he could not help but feel embarrassed. His long hair, which originally hung down to his shoulders, was now standing up. If he had to describe his current hairstyle as an animal, it would definitely be a hedgehog. F***CKU. Previously, the lightning had stimulated every cell in his body, so his hair naturally reacted. It was no wonder that it became like this. Chi-Yu hurriedly used his hand to press his hair, but the lightning perm was not an ordinary effect, so it was impossible for him to do it in a short time. Jida snickered at the side, and Chi-Yu said unhappily, What are you laughing at? Have you never seen someone different? I need to sleep. His hair was not listening to him, and Chi-Yu was afraid of heights. He did not dare to walk on the plane, so he could not go to the washroom to use water to comb his hair. He had no choice but to endure it. Because of the changes in his body, he was also very curious about his current state. He returned to his original position of lying on the chair in front of him, tried to restrain his Kirin aura, and began to cultivate again. This time, he did not completely immerse his mind into the thundercloud force in his body. Instead, he focused on sensing every minute change in the energy in his body. The 4 types of thundercloud force operated at the same time under Chi-Yu's control. The 9 blue sea thunder orbs attracted the water thundercloud force and thundercloud force to the surroundings. Compared to them, the wind thundercloud force and fire thundercloud force were obviously much weaker. Because the water thundercloud force had already reached the initial cloud realm, it was not obvious. However, the thundercloud force that had already risen to the initial cloud realm surprised Chi-Yu. He quietly tested it and clearly felt that the thundercloud force in his body could produce changes that he could not achieve before. He could already use some simple Kirin techniques. Although he was not very comfortable yet, it was only a matter of time. With the previous lesson this time, Chi-Yu did not dare to be careless at all. He followed the usual cultivation method and operated his thundercloud force. At the same time, he was multitasking. While cultivating, he carefully controlled his Kirin aura so that it would not leak out of his body due to the changes in the thundercloud force. Time often passed quickly when one was cultivating. After another 10 hours of flight, the plane that had escaped from danger finally landed on the tarmac of the Sun Nation's capital international airport.